skies are cold and gray. The storm is on its way. The flat horizon, leafless trees, there's nothing far as you can see out here. You shiver like a wave. Your snow boots soles are chafed. You left your heart in paradise. You left it all to roll the dice with me. And I will shake away the cloudy skies with California lullaby. And when you're frozen with desire, we'll put our toes up to the fire, and I will sing your cares away. Sand between my toes, your hands beneath my clothes. The memories of golden days when we first met and parted ways too soon. The distance lost its fight when you laid down at night. Without a map, you chose your heart. Now we are one, but you're still far from home. So let me shake away the cloudy skies with the California lullaby. When you're frozen with desire, we'll put our toes up to the fire, and I will sing your cares away. And when you're frozen with desire, we'll put our toes up to the fire, and I will sing your cares away. I know it feels like spinning wheels, digging you much deeper in the snow. Don't worry, cause the winter thaws, and you will watch the river start to flow. In that place, the empty space will fill you with a warm embrace, and I will hold you tight until it's home, and I will shake away the cloudy skies from the California lullaby. And when you're frozen with desire, we'll put our toes up to the fire, and I will sing your cares away. So let me take you back to paradise. All you gotta do is close your eyes. And when you're frozen with desire, we'll put our toes up to the fire, and I will sing your cares away. The skies are cold and gray. The storm is on its way. The flat horizon, leafless trees, there's nothing far as you can see out here. You shiver like a wave. Your snow boots soles are chafed. You left your heart in paradise. You left it all to roll the dice with me. And I will shake away the cloudy skies with the California lullaby. And when you're frozen with desire, we'll put our toes up to the fire, and I will sing your cares away. sand between my toes, your hands beneath my clothes. The memories of golden days when we first met and parted ways too soon. The distance lost its fight when you lay down at night. Without a map, you chose your heart. Now we are one, but you're still far from home. So let me shake away the cloudy skies with the California lullaby. When you're frozen with desire, we'll put our toes up to the fire, and I will sing your cares away. And when you're frozen with desire, we'll put our toes up to the fire, and I will sing your cares away. I know it feels like spinning wheels, digging you much deeper in the snow. Don't worry, cause the winter falls, and you will watch the river start to flow. In that place, the empty space, will fill you with a warm embrace, and I will hold you tight until it's home, and I will shake away the cloudy skies from the California lullaby. And when you're frozen with desire, we'll put our toes up to the fire, and I will sing your cares away. So let me take you back to paradise. All you gotta do is close your eyes. And when you're frozen with desire, we'll put our toes up to the fire, and I will sing your cares away.
I was younger than you are now, when I was given my first command. I led my men straight into a massacre. I witnessed their deaths firsthand. I made every mistake and felt the shame rise in me. And even now I lie awake, knowing history has its eyes on me. History has its eyes on me. Let me tell you what I wish I'd known when I was young and dreamed of glory. You have no control. Who lives, who dies, who tells your story? I know that we can win. I know that greatness lies in you. But remember, from here on in, history has its eyes on you. History has its eyes on you.
All right. Well, hey y'all, I'm live for once. If you hear any background noise, I apologize. I have two dogs and they're a little rambunctious sometimes. Welcome everybody. Finn, it is so good to see you. From our good neighbor Canada. Canada is one of the best neighbors you could ever want as a country. They share power with us. They share lumber with us. They have a good trade partnership with us until Trump came along. Lumber, they have a huge amount of lumber. They're not like us where they deforest the whole country. Like they actually have a lot of lumber. So we actually used to get a lot of lumber from Canada. There's a lot of things though that Canadians have always helped us all around the world, and so I have always deeply respected Canada, and I've also liked how Canada's ran. Like I like that you guys are a bit socialist and capitalist at the same time. And you showed us that, yes, you can actually do that without going full communist. Amazing. But the way that the American media will tell you, they're acting like you guys have death panels and whatnot. They try to scare us. I think that's why Canada is like such a threat to Trump and to Vance and to Elon, besides it being more left, is I think that Canada shows you that you can have social nets and be capitalist at the same time. Like it isn't actually an either or. And what the US tends to do is go, it's either or. Like there's just a communist and there's capitalism, and it's not like a both thing. Unfortunately, my country is absolutely obsessed with the almighty dollar, and their religion is capitalism. And it is really hard because, it's just, it's just how do you fight that, Simon, also from across the pond. Also, I don't know if the UK is more sane than this at this point. I'm afraid you guys are headed our way. So hopefully not. Hopefully not. But if you haven't noticed, America's on fire. We literally have a coup going on, and everybody seems to recognize it in the free world, except for Americans. Like I hear it from Australians that are watching. I hear it from Canadians that are watching. I hear it from people in the UK that are watching. They're going, your country's in big trouble. We now are on a human rights watch list now because of the impacts that they're going to have on both women with their anti-abortion laws, and the impacts that they're having on diversity, and the impacts that they're having on the LGBTQ community. So now we're already on Human Rights Watch already, and we haven't even rounded up our first gay person yet. Like we're already there. Great. Wonderful. Did you know the UN took a vote and they wanted to establish a day of hope? And I'm sure it's like goodwill, towards you, the world. I haven't looked into the details what the Day of Hope is, but I can tell you every country in the entire world said yes on it, except for the USA. We have a problem in our country where our leadership thinks compassion is weak. Our leadership doesn't even acknowledge that something like, quote unquote, I hate saying this word, but soft power exists. Soft power exists when you have friendly relations with different countries, where you give USA aid to different countries, and it gives you something called soft power, where you can have an impact and an influence on countries in a positive way, not in a here's my big stick, Ukraine, kind of way. Unfortunately, we have a group of people that don't understand that. Just so you know, and I might do more videos about it, Elon Musk is not your average Project 25 person. Elon Musk is dark enlightenment. If you don't know what dark enlightenment is, look it up. It's a type of philosophy. It's a little bit of transhumanism, but only for the wealthy. and it's a lot of racism, and it is a lot of meritocracy. You'll hear that word over and over again for you, Elon. Meritocracy. Equity is now bad, but meritocracy, it's good. No, we can hire you based on your efforts, right? And they'd have no acknowledgement that there could be barriers into the efforts or anything like that. No acknowledge it. They're going to pretend like it's not a thing. By the way, the biggest recipients of DEI are white women, actually. And a lot of white women don't seem to understand that because they voted for who. Unfortunately, we have a lot of people that are willing to shoot themselves in the foot in this country and not even realize what they're doing. So it's too bad. Sally, please don't bark. Finn says the USA is the only UN country that has not ratified the UN Convention, the rights of the child to be Wait, hang on the rights of the child. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm gonna have to look into that. That doesn't sound good at all. Oh, great. Are we good Lord. I have a lot of questions now about that. What next? Are we the bad guys? I think we're the bad guys, and a lot of people don't know this yet, but I think we're bad. I think we're gonna look back if this continues in the history, and it's gonna be not great. It's not gonna be great at all. A lot of farmers, dude, a lot of farmers are talking about the USA aid stuff and how they might lose their farm because they're losing subsidies. Independent farmers, not the big corporate ones, but more independent farmers. So that's kind of scary. What they're doing with this whole Elon running around with a chainsaw, ha ha, cutting through bureaucracy, ha 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 ha, ha, is what's weird is, well, it's not weird in the sense that billionaires don't care about people. They care about profit and money, 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 and their shareholders. And with Elon, I think it's power. And Elon doesn't just want the United States, he wants the world. And as soon as people wake up to that, I think that would be a good idea. He wants the world. The best thing Canada could do to Elon right now is get rid of his citizenship immediately. Get rid of him. He is garbage. He's got citizenship in Canada. He's got citizenship in South Africa, home of Nazism, along with Germany back in the days. Still strong, by the way, racism in South Africa. And he's got citizenship in the United States. He's got all three of those. Canada needs to revoke citizenship with Elon. Make him go. Make him go. Please. He's garbage. Anyway, yeah, voting along with their interests or what their pastor says to do or whatever. Yeah, unfortunately. If you can like and share, I'm always out of the algorithm. I fall out all the time because I don't go live enough. So if you can share, I would appreciate it. It's always kind of helpful. But yeah, I was just talking about how our neighbors in Canada are good neighbors. Finn's from Canada, Justain's from Canada. I don't think we could ever ask for better neighbors in Canada. Like, and Mexico has cartel issues and drug smuggling issues, which you as citizens participate in. By the way, it's not just their citizens that participate in drug smuggling. Our citizens participate in drug smuggling. And the most fentanyl that's getting smuggled across the Tijuana border here is from American citizens, just so you know. A lot of people don't seem to know that, but also in the Tijuana border, they often will find a border agent that they can either blackmail or pay off. And there's a lot of shady stuff within our border security as well that goes on, and it's been an ongoing thing. They end up having to get rid of border patrol agents around here because they get paid off or targeted, one of the two. But yeah, it's a thing. We have the most cross border in the United States, San Diego to TJ, back and forth. And so yeah, it's wild. What's interesting too is like putting tariffs on Canada or end. We get so much lumber from Canada and oil and stuff like that that I'm just sort of shocked. And with Mexico, yes, there's the cartel problem, but beyond that, overall, Mexico is a good neighbor. And we manufacture a lot of things in Mexico. And so it's just really, really bizarre. I think his thinking is that he's going to bring manufacturing back to the US because US citizens are so excited to work in factories. We all have just missed the days where we are like, I just don't know. I don't know. He wants to force, John Deere and Apple and whoever to manufacture in the United States. And so far they're saying that's not going to happen. We're just going to raise our prices. Like, so, now he's tanking our stock market right now as we speak. And now he's gone quiet again because he's mad. Because it turns out if you tariff the hell out of Canada and Mexico, it's going to have an effect on our stock market. Go figure. We have the longest undefended border in the world. That might have to change. Maybe, maybe. I remember though, Canada did burn our first White House down. You bastards. I'm just saying. All right. We remember that. Just kidding. It's not even in our history books half the time. You have to find that out later on. Right? Right? To get out of America, right? Yeah, exactly. So I was gonna watch some videos, different things. I have some Elon, I have some Bernie in the queue, and I just ask that you don't throw your shoe or remote or whatever at your screen. So, um, the chosen orange one thought he could strong arm Canada. Yep. Yep. Well, not only does Canada say hold my beer, Canada's like, let's rip off all of 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 the US liquor off the shelves. I mean, I think Trump seriously underestimated Canadian pride. He has this notion that leftists just hate their country. And that's not true. Canadians are very, very proud of their country. They're just not as obnoxious as we are. But yeah, fine. All right. So let me go ahead and share. Present, share screen. And I'm just trying to decide which one I want to play first here. This one's going to be a little less exciting. So I'm going to start off with a little bit of Bernie because it's short and I love Bernie. Bernie's like one of the few people I go, I love him, and he's a politician. Most politicians are like, they're all right, but I love Bernie.
Today we are not Today we are not voting on who the next Secretary of Labor is. The next Secretary of Labor, the next Secretary of Education, the next Secretary of Housing, the next Secretary of the Treasury is Elon Musk. And let us understand that reality and not play along with the charade. Does anyone here really think that any Secretary of Labor, any Secretary of Education is going to make decisions by himself or herself? Just yesterday, President held a meeting with his cabinet. And who was the star of the meeting? Was it the Secretary of Defense?
Someone we didn't
The
elect.
Secretary of State? No, it was an unelected official, happens to be the wealthiest person on earth. It was Elon Musk. And at that meeting, President Trump asked his cabinet, is anybody unhappy with Elon? Well, if you are, we'll throw them out of here, end of quote.
Wow.
In other words, if any cabinet official has the courage to stand up to Mr. Musk and disobey his edicts, they are gone. So, Mr. Chairman, my request to you is a simple one. Let's be honest. The American people understand it, and it's time that we understood it as well. If you want to discuss policies in the Department of Labor, let's bring in the real secretary. Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request that this committee bring Elon Musk before this committee so that we can really hear what's going on with the government.
Elon Musk, the truth teller that the media like CNN aren't playing. Have you noticed? They're not showing what's up with him. It is difficult to speak truth to power when you're reliant on corporate entities and billionaires to back you. And so a lot of Democrats have been pussyfooting around, with the exception of Elon, or sorry, that's a Freudian slip, with the exception of Bernie, AOC, Miss Jasmine Crockett, and Senator, what's his face, who I'm going to show a video of. Oh my gosh, what's his name? Murphy. So far, everybody else has been completely. Oh, and Al Green, who got thrown out of the State of the Union. You know what Al Green said that was so offensive, and he got hurled out of the State of the Union? You do not have a mandate to cut Medicare. That's what he was yelling. You do not have a mandate to cut Medicare. He knows that 77 million people in the United States are reliant on Social Security and other things. And he's standing up for those people. Those are your seniors. Those are your disabled people. Those are your orphans. And he's standing up for them. And he got thrown out. MTG can scream. Boebert can scream. They don't get escorted out, but they did escort the black man who said, you do not have a mandate. They keep saying that word mandate. It's Project 25 language. You do not have a mandate to get rid of Medicare. That's what he said. That mandate language, I've been in church. I worked in church for 15 years. I've heard that. That word mandate is really used in Pentecostal circles and charismatic movements a lot. Trump's advisor, just so you know, his spiritual advisor is from the same section of Christianity that's ultra political and culty. Think of Hillsong. Hillsong had those scandals about how culty they were, especially in Australia. She is from that flavor of Christianity, just so you know. And they're essentially dominionists. Dominionists believe that there should be a merging of Christianity with the government. Nothing good has happened when religions merge with government. Look at Christianity and look in the history of Christianity. And I would urge any Christian to look at the history and see all the great things that's happened when we merged Christianity with government. Like, if you're the wrong kind of Christian, you get burnt alive. If you're a pagan, you get burnt alive. If you're an apostate or an atheist, you get burnt alive. If you're a Muslim, we're going to do a crusade and invade you. Like, go through all the history of where, like, yes, there's good things like establishing hospitals and things like that. But as soon as we merge with government, it seems like it goes awry. And I think you see that evidence with our Islamic countries in the world too. As soon as they are merged with government, it goes awry. And so we have this unique situation where we're trying to be church and state is separate. And we have a whole crew of Project 25 people that want to mess that up. And then we have another whole crew of the tech gods, shall we say, little g, that are coming in. And those guys are the Dark Enlightenment. Two different ideals, but right now they're working together. So the Dark Enlightenment is more like, let's introduce meritocracy again. Equity's bad, diversity's bad. But if you look at it, it's always tied to white nationalist roots, and it's always tied to basically a class system that and the Dark Enlightenment people believe that there's just some people not worth educating. There's just some people that are doomed to be poor. There's just some people, and you just don't invest it. That's why they're so comfortable with getting rid of the federal education. That's why they're so comfortable doing that, because they know it will create an education desert. Especially in a poor red state, they know it will create an education desert. They're okay with that because you'll work in a factory or a field or whatever they want to assign you, but you'll be uneducated and hopefully just a drone voter that'll vote however way they want you to. If we get to vote again, I'm worried that we won't even get to vote again. So, it's one of those things. Every war started in the name of someone's God, right? Exactly. So anyway, so we heard from Bernie, who says, show us who the real secretary of every department is. Right now it's Elon Musk. And he's like, let's have Elon Musk come talk, because clearly he's the one in charge, right? He's the one in charge. We have a bunch of people that haven't been really security clearance that we know that are like in everything now. And Elon's calling that astronaut guy, I can't think of his name, I'm sorry, but that astronaut guy that he's been fighting with, he called him a traitor to the United States because he was in contact with Ukraine. Elon has been in contact with Putin on the regular, and that's literally our enemy. Last I checked, Ukraine was not our enemy. Mark Kelly, thank you. He has been going at Mark Kelly like crazy, calling him a traitor now. And I'm like, no, you're the traitor. You're the one that's destroying us from within. Like he needs to, he needs to go to Mars. That's what he needs to do. Notice how many of the top people are being fired. Yep, that's true. Yep. Anybody that they are afraid that's not going to toe the line is going to go. And this is the first time I think I've seen them fire all the generals. They put in a 3-star general instead of a 4-star general and pulled him out of retirement because he's a loyalist. They kicked all the trans people out of the military. Last I checked, trans people can bleed for their country just as well as straight people can, and just as well as cisgendered people can. But apparently, they think that it involves extra care or something. We just had them pass a budget where they are now further inflating our defense budget, which does not need to be inflated. It's already overinflated. If anything, we need to reel back our defense. That's where all of our spending is. We are in the business of war in America, and we need to get out of that business. And then simultaneously ripping veterans' benefits away, firing people that are working for the VA, messing up their services. And in Project 25, more is going to go. They're going to look at, they think that some veterans are double dipping or aren't really disabled enough. And so we need to cut that too. And that's in Project 25. Like they're targeting our vets. How dare you? How dare you want to be this greatest military service, in the world, as Hegseth keeps saying. And then when your soldiers come home in pieces, you're not willing to put them together. Thanks for your sacrifice. Now die. That's really where they're at. And I'm sorry, but we don't deserve people to come serve in the military if we cannot take care of them. I've asked reps to use the word treason. Yes, I agree. I wrote a letter too. I said that I felt like it was treasonous to befriend Russia. And also, I believe it's treasonous to go around the Constitution. The power of the purse is in Congress, not executive. It's in Congress. It's not in executive. This is how we balance things. And he's all about unbalancing things. The government sees people as disposable. We are witnessing that right now. We are witnessing people being treated like trash. They're a federal worker, so let's treat them like trash, and throw them away. And right now, I'm super worried. There's so much I'm super worried. I'm like trying not to rant because I'm going to play another video. But I am super worried about our National Park Service. Let me tell you something. You go to a national park and it can be a spiritual experience. It is that impactful. It could change your life. It can give you instant tranquility. It can give you a sense of awe and wonder. Stand in front of the Grand Canyon and tell me that that does not give you a sense of awe and wonder, and that you go, wow, I really do love this country that we're in. Stand in front of the oldest living trees on the planet, the biggest trees on the planet. Go to Sequoia National Park in California. Tell me that you won't stand in awe and wonder from that. Go to Glacier National Park. Go to Yellowstone. All these great places. And right now they're understaffed. Yellowstone is saying we might have to shut down half the park. I don't know, maybe even more. Yosemite is saying we have 3 rangers right now and somebody's going to die. That's what Yosemite said. Somebody's going to die if we stay open. They want to close us down. And I'm sorry, but when I look at nature, I don't see it as just a commodity, just another way to make money. And he has signed in an executive order to be able to just mow down and chop down more public forests. And I don't know if it's going to affect. So we have a lot of public lands and then we have parks. And he's been very unclear on whether our parks are affected versus public land. We have a lot of public land, but he has been very unclear, and the way that he's treating the parks right now is disturbing. They put the guy that is in charge of SEMPRA energy in charge of, I believe it was the EPA. Yeah. Every single thing he's done, he's been installing people to destroy things, to do quite the opposite of what that department's for. We put a wrestling billionaire in the Department of Education, so it will be dismantled. We put an energy guy in charge of the environmental protection, so it will be dismantled. They want to get rid of OSHA. When OSHA got installed, less people died at the workplace. There are a lot of dangerous jobs where we need OSHA, anything from construction to oil rigs, to whatever. We need OSHA. To get rid of it, people are going to die. They do not care. They just want you to make more babies to replace the people that die. Duh. Like, we are like cows grazing on the grass to these billionaires, like that they can fatten and slaughter however they want. I'm sorry, but that's exactly how they treat us. So anyway, it's disgusting. This is not the country that I was taught about. This is not the country that I idealize at all. This is turning into something else. This is not. They're trying to basically reform everything. They are hiding half of the Constitution. When you go to the White House page, you have to dig through to get past, I think, 6 in the Constitution. You have to dig through it to find the rest of the Constitution because they want to bury the part where they just went against 14, birthright citizenship. They're going to hide that part. It's just disgusting. Anyway, let me see here. Where's the next part? We're going to show some Elon. I hate this man with such a passion. I didn't like him before. I didn't like him. Like, as soon as he went at that cave diver, there was a cave diver that was a rescue diver, and there's kids like trapped in a cave. And Elon has an idea and tweets out this idea, and the cave diver goes, "Well, that won't work because of the sediment and blah blah blah." And Elon, who's an expert at everything because he's a billionaire and he's a con artist, and everybody's deemed him a genius, which he's not really. He's like, "You're a pedophile." And he tweets out to this rescue diver that he's a pedophile. And you know what that does to people. When you accuse people, Wolf knows what that does to people. That's why he says it to everybody. If you can paint somebody with that word, it makes people overreact and question you and hate you, and it can make people go after you and even harm you. So the cave diver goes to sue Elon because of that lie, and the courts sided with Elon, saying nobody takes Twitter seriously. I wonder if they could say that now that Elon's using it as a government megaphone. I wonder if now you can sue somebody for tweeting something. I wonder. Anyway, here's the fat boy now.
Various nonviolent
Shots fired, not a metaphor.
shots fired. Yes.
Thanks for having me.
All right. We welcome to the show and a special begin. But among other things, everyone's attacking you for your position. What are you doing in the government? There was a cyber attack on X today, which shut it down and may have been foreign sourced.
Yes.
It's a big story. You want to give us a moment on that?
Well, we're not sure exactly what happened, but there was a massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system with IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Oh, well, so that's your suspicion.
Why have I not seen this yet? Of course, it's the Ukrainians. How many people believe that? Like, seriously? Seriously? Like, I want to know how many Republicans are believing this. Like really, truly. Because I can tell you that I do see random Republicans like that are like, F yeah, on the boards. But I can tell you that on a couple of social media outlets that I'm on where I'm actually outnumbered by Republicans, they are just been crickets. I mean, crickets. They are not saying pro or negative or anything. They're just like, how about the salad I made? and they haven't been saying anything, which is just really, really noticeable to me. And I'm like, grow some guts and say, hey, I'm right wing, but Nazi salutes are wrong.
Bishop, is the website, is the internet up? Is it up yet?
It's up, yeah.
It's up yet. Okay, good. But I just was looking back. Let me see if I get this right. They're setting fire to various Tesla charging stations near Boston.
I don't condone that, but I'm not sad.
Shots were fired at a Tesla dealership in Oregon. The
thing with that is like, I get wanting to fight back with Elon. I don't get randomly hurting other people like that are like collateral, and that's always a problem. But the charging station, I mean, oops.
Various nonviolent
Shots fired, not a metaphor.
Shots fired, yes.
Does anyone ever notice he has the Kevlar vest now all the time, but he also has baby X on his head?
Downtown New York, marching against the Tesla showroom. Your stock is way down. You've been criticized left and right.
But look on the right side.
I mean, why are you doing this?
Always look on the bright side of life.
Yes, I'm an optimist.
But besides that,
yes. I mean,
how's your day?
What motivates you to do this?
Was the opera good?
It's tough sledding.
Yeah, it is tough sledding. But I think we're doing the right thing here. There's been a tremendous amount.
Did they give him a furry lanyard? Like, what is he wearing? It looks like a furry lanyard. I can't see further past the ticker, but like, is that where his mic is? And they're just like, is that like those cats they put on the top of the microphone to keep the wind out? Like, that's really weird. Or is that his shirt or jacket? I don't know.
Of waste and fraud in the government.
By the way, I just want to thank Elon for showing us that gender affirming care can be important. Elon was losing his hair due to male pattern baldness, and if you look, he's got a lot of hair now. Look at him, gender affirming.
When you're part of the government, you saw a lot of that, and there's been if you look at the Inspector General reports and the Government Accountability Office, there have been many audits that have pointed out that there's a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the government. In fact, there was a report issued by the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, last year. So during the Biden administration.
Maya. If you haven't subscribed to Maya, do. She has thoughtful discussions, often debunking science, and very thoughtful social and political discussions as well. Good to see you, Maya. If you want to join and yell at Elon, let me know.
Which estimated the federal government fraud to be $500 billion. So just because that's not a Trump administration thing, that's a Biden administration thing. So what we're trying to do is get that number down to a much smaller figure, save money for the American taxpayer, stop money being spent on things that I think
that's what's driving me nuts, is this inner Nazi like come out thing. Like it has been horrific to watch, but also like it was bad enough when he released them on Twitter, but now he's got them in our government. And like that one guy, was tweeting about eugenics and how he wants the Jews and the Palestinians to die, and really horrific stuff. And then he resigned when it was called out on it. And then he's like, and then Elon's like, let's do a poll and let's vote him back in. Like, it's just such a slap in the face to anybody that isn't a white male constantly. It's just so disgusting. Like, why would I want to trust a Nazi with all this information that's important? Like, I'm just appalled. I am appalled by it all. Like, it's just, I feel like we're in a fever dream. And I think that's what they want. We want us to all be depressed, all want to be overwhelmed, want to give up, want to shut off everything and just sort of stop. But please don't. Please reach out to your congressman, even if they're left, especially if they're right. I've been reaching out to mine. Mine are left. Please write them and tell them to push. Tell them that you're upset. For Democrats, they need to man up and woman up. Get a backbone. Get a backbone. Jasmine Crockett style, AOC style, especially Jasmine Crockett style, Bernie style. Get fucking out there. Do something. Do something. Because it's just going to get worse. Don't be a Pelosi. Be a Jasmine Crockett. Like this is the time.
Very few taxpayers would agree makes sense. Transgender animal surgeries are.
Transgender animal surgery, something that isn't happening.
But why are we spending money? Why are
From what I read, it was transgenetic, and they were testing. Oh, what was it? Was it cancer? It was something that they were trying to figure it out. Anyway, it was not transgender.
American tax dollars being spent on this?
But this is another lie. I mean, this is a lie they keep repeating, and they know it, and they just keep repeating it. Just like Haitians are eating cats, allegedly, which they're not. Just like we're sending $50 million to Hamas and condoms when they're making bombs out of it. That's what they said. That's what they said. And that's not happening either. They're just straight up lying in the most ridiculous ways. And people are like, yep, that's all right. And sometimes the names of things do sound funny, but then that would require you actually looking into what is that? What does that actually mean? But they're not doing that. They're just being reckless and going, recklessly cutting. It's reckless cutting so much that they're like firing people that are in charge of our nukes and then going, please come back. I didn't mean to fire you. Like, it's just, there's no thought behind it. Like, and I'm sorry, but also let's pretend Elon's a genius, which I don't think he is. Let's pretend he is. Even if you're a genius, even if you're really smart in your field, you are not an expert in all things. Nobody is. Nobody's an expert in all things. You would need to defer to experts in certain areas going, why is this important? Why are we doing this? But they're not doing that at all. They don't care. They don't care if people die. They don't care what the repercussions are. They don't care if we end up starving in the end. They do not care.
The president's gone through a long list of absurd things. Why are the 20 million people who are definitely dead marked as alive in the Social Security database?
Oh, I can answer that. I can answer that.
Why were...
So Social Security, like this has already been addressed. Also, they're saying that Social Security, a couple things. One is it doesn't pay off when you're 150 years old and shit, like they're saying. It stops. It is, there's something about how when you die, the coroner sends something over to them digitally now. But in the past, they didn't have that. So there are Social Security numbers that are like ancient that are sort of left open that they haven't bothered to close. But that doesn't mean that they're actually paying out to 150-year-old people. It's just that the number is that old. And so like this is another lie. And he wants to say this is what they do. They create doubt in the system. They create doubt in the system, so you give up on the system. They were doing it about the elections are rigged. The elections are rigged, and you're hearing that over and over again. The elections are rigged, so give up on it. So all media is corrupt. Everything media says and legacy media is a lie. They did that, so you give up hope on any media. Like there is no truth. Now, yes, there's lots of lies in media, and there's lots of spin in media, and there's lots of propaganda in media. But that's never going to change. Like that's always going to be the case. We have to try to kind of discern what is true, but they're trying to shake up faith in all press. And once you shake up faith in all the press, well, then you can get rid of the freedom of press, right? Everything that they're doing is to shake up and make you lose faith in the thing so that they can take it away. And so this is Social Security. They want you to lose faith. He has said, he has tweeted, Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme. He has tweeted that so that he can be allowed to get rid of it. And it's just, there are people that are like idiots going, well, he's cutting waste. Isn't that great? Cutting waste isn't this. So if you say, oh, let's just say like my arm. My arm has a job to do, but some of my fingers are corrupt. He's like, amputate the entire arm, right? Like amputate the whole arm has to go. And that's not not wasteful. That's incredibly wasteful. Like they just want to destroy the government because he said, quote unquote, remember before Trump was elected, Elon said things will be hard at first, meaning we could land in a depression, we could completely collapse, but we're going to rebuild in whatever image the Dark Enlightenment and Project 25 want to make us into. That's the goal. So he right now is trying to make people lose faith in Social Security, that it was fraud anyway. Please don't buy into that. There are so many people that rely on that, are disabled, are most vulnerable people. The way a country should be judged is even in the Bible. For people that care about the Bible, the way a country should be judged is how they treat the least of these, how you treat the most vulnerable citizens. And if you look at how like Scandinavians treat vulnerable citizens versus us, it's night and day difference.
Hundreds of millions of dollars of small business administration loans were given out to people aged 11 and under, according to the Social Security. I mean, like these must be some very enterprising 8-year-olds, you know.
And some pretty strong 150-year-olds.
Yes, exactly. As the president said, you know, we have an enormous number of people marked as alive who are 160. He didn't know the country was that healthy.
Yes, yes.
You know.
So demystify this. How do you do it? Okay. How big is your team?
Yeah.
Where'd you?
Well, first I go for the agencies that are investigating my companies and make sure that they're gone. And then I look for anything that disagrees with my ideology, and then they're gone.
You recruit most of them from. And what is it that makes you choose, you know, the Treasury or Social Security or USAID? How does it work? Let the public know, please.
Right. Well, we just basically follow the money. You know, we look at the president's executive orders, and we also just follow the money. So we started looking closely at USAID because they were completely violating the president.
Who is in BRICS again? That is Russia, India, China, and what's the B? I feel like I'm missing somebody in BRICS. Russia, India, China. It's the trade, right? It's the opposite of NAFTA. Yeah, I agree. I think it's his end game. He wants to have us flip partners.
Executive orders to suspend foreign aid. You know what's called foreign aid, but in our view is a lot of corruption. So what we saw there
or lies that you're making up.
Amount of money being sent to non-governmental organizations, but actually this, by the way, is I think one of the biggest sources of fraud in the world is government-funded non-governmental organizations.
So for my definition of fraud, South Africa, yeah, go figure. My definition of fraud is when somebody says they're spending money on something and they are pocketing it or spending it on something different than what it's allocated for. Now, you can disagree with whatever Congress approved in a bill or whatever they signed off on. But you can revisit it and put it before Congress going, is this something that we still need? Can we get rid of it? But just to call something fraud because you don't like it, or it goes to a nonprofit organization that's not your favorite, that's not fraud. I don't define fraud that way. They have the loosest definition of fraud. Everything they don't like is fraud.
This is a gigantic fraud loophole where the government can give money to an NGO, and then there are no controls over that NGO. So they've given billions of dollars, in fact, we estimate tens of billions of dollars to NGOs that are essentially scams.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's the scam? You want to tell us which nonprofit is a scam?
And
by the way,
I'm trying to put a stop to that. You know, so
I don't want to interrupt, but Secretary of State Rubio.
Here's an example of a nonprofit affected by Elon Musk, World Vision. World Vision's a Christian nonprofit. And a lot of people that are like staunchly separation against church and state might go, yeah, F you, World Vision. But World Vision, their focus is on feeding the world, healthcare for the world, that kind of stuff, especially food. And generally, religious connotations or not, most people can get behind that. You know, World Vision is now asking people in Christian circles, I'm watching it, they're asking people to please write your representatives on behalf of World Vision so that we can help people that have gotten amnesty in the United States, or people that we've been helping in X country or whatever. They are now asking people in Christian circles to please write your please write your congressman, you know. Yeah, they don't give a f. Empathy's out now. Jesus is too woke for these people.
Just come out, I think he tweeted today, he has accepted over 80% of your recommendations to shut down in USAID.
Right.
So your review and analysis was spot on.
Yes. So I think when people criticize, say, what Doge is doing, we say, well, which part specifically? Because we put all of the actions of the Doge team on the doge.gov website.
And it disappears and it reappears, and then there's different numbers floating around, and there's lies, and you guys make up things about being scams when they're not, and you're talking about transgender mice still.
And on the Doge handle on X. So we post the receipts. So it's like this.
And the receipts are, here's a name that we don't like. Oh, it's a scam. There's no evidence. Yeah, I would believe things like, we know that there's corruption in government, right? But in my opinion, the corruption in government largely is from corporations getting involved. And
this action has been taken.
And the corporations getting involved, and lobbyists, right? And the ability to fund our politicians instead of grassroots through corporations, through CPACs, things like that, through gift giving. Now Trump just signed it, so they don't have to show their stock trading and their gift giving. I think we should stop all stock trading for Congress and senators. You want to be a congressman or senator, then you don't get to trade stocks. I'm sorry, but that should be a thing. Pelosi is a great example. She's on the left, a great example of somebody that's benefiting from military contracts. They're all military contracts that she's stock trading. And she's just one example, and I'm showing her as the example because she is the top money maker in the stocks. And like, if we got rid of the stock trading, if we got rid of the lobbyists, if we stopped considering corporations people, we would have a lot less corruption. I'd go around that way, but no, they're going quite the opposite. They are calling social services and world kindness corruption. Meanwhile, they're doing shady things with crypto right now. They are paying Doge an enormous amount of money. They are signing off things that are allowing you to trade in secret now and you don't have to be open about your stock trading. You don't have to reveal that you got any gifts. And in fact, I think that they're pretty openly saying, please bribe me, please gift me. What do you think that green card, that's really a gold card that Trump brought out? You can, for $5 million, you can buy a gold card that'll fast track you to U.S. citizenship, because we need more of a wealth gap in the United States. We need more elites and more uneven classism here in the United States. Let's bring in more elites, right? Let's just fast track them. We don't care if they're pro-Russia. We don't care if they're pro-China. We don't care if they want to destroy us from within, as long as they're paying Trump some money. Like what are we on?
This action has been taken. So when we get criticism, we say, like, of what? Which line do you disagree with?
I disagree with you going around Congress. That right there is anti-constitutional. The power of the purse belongs to Congress, not Doge.
Like which cost saving?
All of it. All of it. Doge was originally sort of semi-pitched as an advisory thing. It might not have been part of the government. We don't know. You were so vague on the idea. And I red flagged it. I remember telling a family member who's MAGA, I said, that is disturbing. I am afraid of that. And he said, oh, no, it's not going to be a big deal. They're just going to be advisory. They're not even going to be part of the government. Bullshit. Look at them. They're more of the government than Trump is. They're doing more than Trump is. They have more power than he does. In fact, he's bending the knee to them. The lack of empathy shows what sociopaths they are. Yeah, we in this country, in the United States, we reward sociopathy. We repeatedly reward it. It's just dumbfounding to me. Oh, don't get me started on the prisons for profit right now. They're all lined up excited about the immigration roundup.
I mean, do you disagree with? And then people usually can't think of any.
No.
So
it's transparent line by line.
It's transparent line by line.
Which is quite remarkable.
Right. And so
transparent line by line.
With respect to the Treasury, for example, the two main recommendations we suggested.
Is there a single auditor on your team? We know you've got like Haxalots in there, and you probably are uploading some sort of AI program to search for words that you don't like. But are there any forensic auditors actually on your team? Are there anybody that's actually on the left on your team? Of course not. There's nobody, there's zero checks and balances. It's just, if we don't like this, if it goes against whatever vision of America we have, we're going to call it a scam and fraud.
Which have not been implemented was that.
And then if you say you have a problem with it, they cut, they're dishonest. And we've seen this sort of dishonesty in the debate community. And they go, oh, well, what do you have a problem against cutting fraud? You must be for fraud. You must be involved in fraud, right?
Any payments going out of the Treasury, especially the Treasury.
When we have one of the most fraudulent presidents in the United States. And I'm sorry, but the FFA giving a contract to this bastard, are you kidding me? Like, I don't want to be reliant on Elon.
Main payment computer, which is called PAM, things like a payments account manager or something like that. But it's like almost 5 trillion a year, so about $1 billion an hour, that the payments be coded with the congressional appropriation, and that there be an explanation for the payment. Very basic stuff. And just doing that, we estimate will save $100 billion a year.
You're not really, let me see if I get this.
Why don't we cut defense spending? The Pentagon failed real audits. Real audits were done in the Pentagon, I think, at least twice, and they failed them. Why aren't we cutting the Pentagon's budget? Why aren't we cutting our overly inflated defense budget? Right? Because this is the president that's not about war, supposedly, even though he wants to make Gaza into the new Riviera. Supposedly, he's not for war, right? Supposedly. But yet we're beefing up our military some more, even though it's fat, and we don't even know what they're spending money on by the billions.
That's right. Particularly with Social Security. You're not really changing policy.
No,
yes. You're auditing the fiscal.
He absolutely is changing policy. What's this guy? This guy's terrible. He is, of course, it's Fox. He is changing policy by removing things that are installed. Duh.
Fiscal mechanisms to make sure that, from point A gets to point B, and that's where it's supposed to get to. In some cases,
I'm pretty sure somebody, if he consulted experts for each thing, which he's not going to take the time to do, there'd be answers of why something's allocated and what's happening. But he doesn't really care.
It doesn't get there, or some cases it may go over there. But that's it's not a policy exercise. You're not changing laws. You're just doing what any business would do in a.
We're not a business. Government is not a business. We don't want it ran as a business. A business in America has to constantly grow and expand and charge more and make a profit. Government's not that. And I wish they would stop saying government is a business. And that is what's going to ruin us. This is the end game. This is the end. This is the end.
In a profit and loss audit.
I think we're really what
We want to spend less. Let's not go to Mars. That's a colossal waste of money. Gives nothing to SpaceX. The last thing we want to do is go somewhere in space if we're ruining the planet.
we're adding.
You can't terraform Mars. Like we're not there yet. We're already busy ruining the planet. Everything that Trump has been doing is like making it worse for the environment. And the last thing I want to fund is his space experiments, because honestly, right now it's really low priority.
Here is caring and competence. And there's a massive amount of fraud of basically people submitting social security numbers for social security benefits, unemployment, small business administration loans, and
Yeah, your average Joe, like there's stealing of information and all that, but like eventually they get caught. Eventually.
and medical where those are fake social security numbers, or they're stolen somebody else's social security number.
It's usually stolen someone else's social security number. That's usually the gig, and that does exist, but like to the scale of let's basically, get rid of social security. No. Yeah. I hate private prisons. I think it's the worst idea ever. Yeah. Well, he also wants, so there's this theory, I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson that brought it up and said, we're nowhere near being able to terraform a planet. I mean, look at how we treat this planet. It would be easier to fix this planet than terraform another planet, which seems like no duh, right? But what Neil deGrasse Tyson was hinting at is that Elon wants an infinite source of lithium, and it might be that they can figure out a way to mine lithium from Mars. That seems a lot more plausible than any terraforming.
And we're trying to put a stop to all of that. And that's the number which is estimated to be on the order of 10% of federal expenditures, which is, half a trillion dollars.
It's a huge number.
Yeah.
You're working with the agency heads. You're working with the cabinet secretaries.
Yes.
I saw Howard Lutnick was on TV yesterday saying you were partnering with them. Is that fair?
Yeah, what we do is in consultation with the cabinet secretaries and with their departments. So
your cabinet secretaries are a bunch of goons that don't know what they're doing. Like you have a wrestler lady that's in charge of education. You have a power company person that's in charge of the EPA. They're worthless to consult, and you know it.
We're really trying to be we'll refer to
fucking Kash Patel in the FBI. Is flat Earth might be actually a good theory. Like, he's a flat earther.
Ourselves as tech support. We're really helping the department get a handle on things, because what actually happens here is you've got this sort of vast federal bureaucracy, and then you've got a very thin layer on top of the politically appointed officials.
Bureaucracy is what's holding poor Elon back, meaning anything that says no to these corporations, they want it to go. Environmental protections. Well, DuPont just paid out a whole bunch of money for once again poisoning water. DuPont is in Louisiana, and they have been infamous over the years of dumping chemicals and causing poisonous rivers and whatnot, and basically ruining drinking water. DuPont's been known for that. DuPont is why we need regulations. In fact, I think it was also DuPont that was the one with the explosion in the train crash with the chemicals. They put it as some sort of household item or something like that instead of chemicals. So it was on a train car, did not have the special brakes, that the chemical train cars have. So the chemical train cars have these special brakes that lock a certain way. And the non-chemical ones just sort of are regular, and they classified it as household items, and it went boom. I'm pretty sure that was DuPont.
And
my whole point is that some regulation keeps us alive. It keeps our drinking water okay. It keeps us from being completely stripped of any livable space. I think the term was regulations are often written in blood. Like there's a reason why we need some regulations. So yeah. Elon wants infinite source funding. Yeah, right. Oh yeah, yeah. The Vince McMahon stuff too. Like there's terrible scandals with the McMahon. It's terrible. I hope no one's drinking every time he lies. Oh, I'd be drunk already. I'd be drunk already. Also, to all the Canadians that have popped in the chat, I have seen at least 4 pop in. I think it's horrendous what we're doing to Canada, and I am glad that you guys are fighting back. I think Trump has seriously underestimated Canadian pride. I think he seriously underestimated that Canadians will be like, fuck, I won't buy American. Like, I think he didn't think that. I think he thought Canadians were a little bit weak like us Americans. Like a lot of Americans, when we go to boycott, we go, but I like Chick-fil-A or whatever they want to boycott, but I like Target, whatever they decide they want to boycott, they ended up crawling back to quite a lot. Canadians, on the other hand, are ripping our products off their shelf. Good on them. Like, good on them. Yeah, they do have a backbone. Yeah, they do. And I appreciate that. And I think because Canadians are so polite and mild-mannered, they didn't expect that. I don't think he expected the backbone from the Mexican president. The Mexican president, she's been kicking ass. She's been kicking ass too. I don't think he expected that from her either. And so I'm kind of glad that people are pushing back. It's good. I wish more Americans would push back.
What tends to happen is that
you guys, if you're in America and you're an American citizen, it is super easy. Look up ResistBot. ResistBot, you can check it out online. You can sign up for it. You can read different petitions, different letters. You can make up your own letter, and it will send it for you. It'll send it for you free via email. And I did get a response back from my senator for 2 of my letters, by the way. Of course, they're politician responses, right? But at least you're getting a response. But they do get to them, and it's worth it. So ResistBot is probably the easiest way to get in contact with your representatives. And it'll tell you, do you want to send this to your congressman? Do you want to send this to your 2 senators? Like which person you want to send it to, and you just confirm. It's super, super easy. You can do it from your phone. It is one of the easiest ways. And do it. Like I've been doing almost every day, to be honest, for different things. Like I did it about Palestine. I've done it about the Ukraine. I've done it about how we're treating Canada and Mexico. I've done it about the SAVE Act. That's really important to me. I'm adopted. My birth certificate is not the same as my legal name. And what's tying my adoption or my birth certificate with my other name is Social Security, which they're whacking away. And so like the SAVE Act is trying to say, we don't know who's citizens and we're afraid non-citizens are voting. So you need your birth certificate to vote. And if your birth certificate doesn't match your legal name, you can't vote. Well, that's going to affect married women. Married women often take their husband's last name, so their name isn't going to match their birth certificate. That's going to affect people that are adopted that haven't had their birth certificate changed. That will affect them as well. And they don't care, and they know it's going to disproportionately affect women. They're totally fine with that because in the end, they don't want women to vote. Remember, J.D. Vance was the one. It was J.D. Vance who said that he thinks that we should move to a place where there's 1 vote per household and the man of the house votes. Like J.D. Vance believes that.
bureaucracy, frankly, is in control. and they largely ignore.
I want him to define the word bureaucracy. I want him to define the word fraud. Nobody's asking him to define these words. What is bureaucracy to Elon? What is the criteria for that? What do you mean? Well, a lot of us go, yeah, red tape, trouble, rules. I hate rules. But which rules are too much? Which rules are excessive? Which red tape is excessive? And he won't break it down. But he's magically getting rid of things that are investigating him. That needs to go. Like it's clear that he wants unbridled power for corporations.
Ignore the politically appointed people.
Why should the bureaucracy?
I'm sure you must have seen that.
I've lived with this twice. I worked for Reagan many years ago, and I worked for Trump in the first term.
Yeah.
It's like a permanent bureaucracy. I might add, it's a.
Nar says, my message to U.S. citizens who consider themselves good guys, get involved with politics. I absolutely agree. Now's not the time to be apathetic. Now's not the time to go, MAGA, I wish you got everything you voted for and this country goes to hell. I really don't think that's the time to do that nonsense. Please, please, please. Please just do something. And if you feel like you can't go out and protest, I understand some people are afraid or they have a certain kind of job where they feel like that could be at risk. If you can't do that, at least write your congressman, at least write your senators and be consistent and keep doing it. Bug them, make them annoyed. I think it was the minority speaker, Democrat, I forget his name. I'm the worst. He said he was annoyed at how many people were writing him. Dude, that's your job. Do your job. People are writing you because you do not have a backbone. Do your job.
Permanently liberal bureaucracy.
Yes, very much so.
And it's not a bureaucracy that necessarily enforces or implements presidential policy.
They don't. In fact, they try their best to thwart presidential policy. So the president is the elected representative of the people.
So what Elon's after, let me explain about the Dark Enlightenment, folks. They want a form of government that kind of works like a monarchy. Democracy will sort of exist, but not really. You'll get to feel like you're voting, but not really. And it's going to be much worse than, the people that complain wings of the same bird and both parties are corrupt. Oh, it's going to get much worse than that. You're going to have one party now. And your vote's going to be, Trump, 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 or Trump, pretty much. Like it's going to be that. And it's going to be much worse if they do what they're going to do. Dark Enlightenment basically wants to run the government like a corporation or a monarchy. There's a chair, which is the president, and whatever they say is God. And they're already implementing it. They're saying like that there's a liaison for every department. So every secretary that's in charge and every department in the federal government has a liaison, and whatever Trump says, that liaison's going to tell them what to do. They've already like did an executive order about that. It's just wild. The ballot box is where it counts, but protesting is where people hear like, oh, there are a bunch of people that feel that way. There are a bunch of people that are willing to take action. And I think that matters a lot. Titan, good to see you. It is really important to do both if you can, but especially writing, at least do that. You want to try before things get really extreme, you always want to try every legal means of resistance, every legal means of trying to get through before anything is to escalate. Because if we go into a depression, if people start getting hungry, it's going to get really bad. And we want to stop that sort of thing from happening. Can you imagine just Social Security alone? Can you imagine if they just start cutting off disability and they start dumping grandmas in the street? Can you imagine like they're not in nursing homes anymore. They're on the street. They're going to die. They don't have their medications. They're going to die. The family members that do care are going to try to take them on, and they already are overextended and can barely make it. Can you imagine how outraged people are going to get just on that alone? And then like our future in millennials and young Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, we've all felt like our future for retirement looks kind of bleak. Like we're reliant on the 401ks, and right now Trump's crashing the market, and people's retirement's looking pretty bad right now. We go, well, we have Social Security as a net. Well, he's trying to make that collapse, and it could collapse within 90 days. I kid you not. There are people who work for Social Security that have whistleblowed saying with the cuts that they're making, Social Security could collapse within 90 days. You need to prepare for that and take some reasonable action, like long-term food storage, maybe plans where you might end up having to live with multiple family members. I mean, you need to start thinking about other plans to galvanize your family, because it is going to get bad. This is what they do when they want to destroy a government and put it in their own image. It's starting here. It's starting with him, ha 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 ha, with the chainsaw. And then when we go into crisis, it's going to even get worse. They want us to go into crisis. It's been on the walls for a while. I think it's pretty clear. It's already been pretty unbearable inflation, and the inflation was the result. They're blaming Biden for inflation, but a lot of inflation was a result of the pandemic, which the pandemic happened with Trump, and it's not Trump's fault the pandemic happened, but that's an inevitable result of worldwide sickness that's halted the world. It's going to cause inflation. But what he's doing now is he's inflating things more. He's tariffing our good neighbors that we have good relationships. We have a good relationship with Mexico. We have a good relationship with Canada. Both of them are good to us. Both of them, when California was on fire, sent us firefighters. Mexico sent us firefighters when we have been treating Mexico like a shit. And Canada has been sending us firefighters when we were treating Canada really badly. They are good neighbors, and he's treating them like shit. And I just think it's just abhorrent. And so what these tariffs do is they make it expensive for us to live. I work in an industry where prices are going up about 25%. Shocker. They're going up, and people are complaining about it, which is going to cause people to buy less, which is going to cause layoffs. When it causes layoffs, there's going to be more unemployment, and it's just going to spiral and spiral and spiral if this goes on. Look at the stock market. Look at what's happening. The right's cheering it on. He just keeps having to say government and scams. And they're like, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. When Social Security collapses, the entire economy collapses. I agree. We are in a really bad spot. It's a hierarchy determined at birth. Yeah, kind of. Like it's they do like the Dark Enlightenment. Again, look it up. It's a whole philosophy chain that Vance buys into, that Peter Thiel is the billionaire that groomed JD Vance. JD Vance says he's a Christian, but when you listen to him, he's Dark Enlightenment. That's what he is, with a little bit of Project 25 mixed in. Peter Thiel's Dark Enlightenment. Elon is Dark Enlightenment. They want to shape the United States into something entirely different than what it is currently. My aunt told me that she's a little scared to get old because the only healthy examples of old ladies that we see are cat ladies. I'm allergic to cats and I'm an atheist. Aw, that's funny. I'm catching up with comments. Sorry, I'm a little behind here. Green Soul Sufi says Elon sucks. Hard donkey ass. Yes, he does. People just don't care about their neighbors anymore, right? And I think I've seen a meme that says this, but it's true. As soon as you stop caring about other people's rights, then your rights are at risk too. So as soon as the LGBTQ saws off the T and Q, as soon as, because you're seeing some of the LGB totally willing to saw off the T, and we've seen it with Prager University likes to share this account quite a bit, Gays Against Groomers. And they play on this whole like, oh, trans people are targeting kids and they're groomers, all that kind of rhetoric that's going to get people killed, right? If the LGB is willing to cut off the T, and the T has been with us from the start, they have been with us from the start when they were underground, when they did the Stonewall, which they took the T off a Stonewall monument, by the way. That's just the start. They already are working on gay marriage. I know that for a fact Idaho is challenging gay marriage in the Supreme Court. They're already challenging conversion therapy. Colorado and California have laws against conversion therapy, and they're challenging that in the Supreme Court. And it's just going to get worse from there. That's just how it is. And so if you're willing to saw off the T, the LGB, you're next. Duh. Like, I don't know why people aren't getting this. If you're willing to not care about Black people's rights, well, there's other people's rights that are next too. Like you have to care. You have to care about people's rights. I am very much not a fan of green soul, cover your ears. I'm not a very fan of Islam. I'm not, but I will support people's rights to worship Allah. I will support people's rights to be able to wear a hijab if they want to. Like we have to be willing to support and care about people's rights. And if it's not, quote unquote, affecting you directly, eventually it is. It's just like a game of Jenga that they're pulling out, and they're gonna get to you eventually. And I think white women keep forgetting this. Like you're part of DEI. White women are part of DEI. I don't know why you don't realize that. Like, hello. Yeah, all that's necessary for evil to do is try and do nothing. Yep. We have to support people's rights that are opposite of us. Like it's or different than us. I don't know. Maya says, I've been saying for years, they're not just now all of a sudden coming for trans people. They've been using this as a backdoor to undermine bodily autonomy. Yes. Okay. I'm going to piggyback after that idea. So right now, the big cry, one of the big cries besides drag queens are reading stories to children and there's pornography in schools, which is like all like a big, like, it's about as true as they're eating cats. But it's a backdoor to undermine bodily autonomy. Yes. So interesting enough, their attacks on trans people are affecting cis women. So get this, like now they're so concerned that trans people might be in sports. They're going to accept just women, just girls. They're going to subject just the girls to body inspections to see what genitalia they have. Just the girls, not the boys, just the girls. Interesting, right? Because they also inherently believe that a trans man could never be a real man, right? That's their thought, right? So like they're not a threat in sports at all. So we'll skip them. But one of the things that it's doing is we'll use their term, grooming. It's grooming women to say my body and my autonomy is not mine. It's yours. And all under the guise of supposedly protecting women. I got another story. Fiona had sent me this story of this lady. It was a Black lady. And I mentioned that because the relationship with cops and any minority has been pretty negative. But this lady goes to use the bathroom and she's probably like me, not the most feminine lady in the world, you know? And she got the stink eye from a cashier. and they called the cops saying that there's a man in the women's restroom, and the cops came and like were harassing this woman. The woman finally just was like, these are my boobs, and showed the cops her boobs so they would leave her alone. Like this. Do you feel safe now? Like, is this what we're going to do? We're going to subject ourselves to random inspections to make sure we're the right gender. Is that worth it? Is that worth it? Like, there were like 10 people in transports, 10 people out of what, uh, thousands and thousands of people. So now we all have to be tortured because they're like, show me your papers, or in this case, boobs and vagina. Like, seriously. Like, I think there's like a lot to just be said about the bodily autonomy thing. It is attack on trans people on its face, obviously, and I think they're highly at risk, and I'm afraid for everybody that's trans right now. But I think it is a backdoor to attack cis women. Higher inflation will, yep, we're going to buy less, right? And if anything, they always want us to stimulate the economy. So how are we going to afford anything, right? I'm buying less already. There's nothing Christian about Vance. I agree. Yeah, right? Like, this is where we're at. This is where we're at. People can call the cops. Right now, Texas is trying to pass a thing where if you say you're trans, or if I say, because I'm a cisgendered woman, if I say I am a man, because like, let's say I believe that I am a man because I feel like I think like a man and that's my gender identity. If I say that I'm a man and I'm not actually a man, I could be subjected to prison time and a $10,000 fine in the state of Texas. And the more you do it, the more the fines go up and the more the time goes up. That is a direct assault on trans people. That is why trans people are saying you're trying to genocide us, because it is going to cause people to be suicidal. It's going to cause extreme depression. It's going to cause people to rat each other out and destroy each other's lives. Yeah, it's a big fucking deal. Yeah. If anyone's not a white cis man, yeah, it's pretty scary. It's exactly that. Yeah, I've been buying less for years because rent is so expensive. Literally just that. I feel like everything goes to rent now. I know. I know. I think with the LGBTQ, the key is to figure out ways to network, but we're all going to be monitored because right now, like they have all the tech guys in with us now. Facebook is pretty much Big Brother. Google is pretty much Big Brother. Hi, everybody is going to be reporting to the government now. We're gonna have to get clever. We're gonna have to go back and pretend like we're Gen X again, and it's the 80s, and we're gonna write each other notes. Burn upon reading, guys. like we're gonna have to go back to those days.
And if the president cannot get things implemented as a reflection of the will of the people, then what we have is not a democracy. We have a bureaucracy. We have rule of the bureau, not rule.
What we have right now, Elon, with the way that you're constructing things, is not a democracy, but a monarchy, a corporate monarchy.
Rule of the people. And that's what we're trying to defeat here is the bureaucracy and have rule of.
He just keeps saying bureaucracy over again. Like he's so triggered because somebody said no to one of his corporations.
The people.
Also, side note, Elon has a trans kid, and he disowned her. And I was researching just today of why, because he said that he did kind of like agree and sign off like, yeah, okay, you're trans and I don't want you to suffer from depression or whatever. And then he kind of swung the other way and he's like, you're dead to me. And I was like, why is it a thing? Well, I didn't realize that his kid, this isn't funny, by the way, but his kid before this kid died, and that kid was a boy. And then his trans daughter said in a tweet that I read that he paid for her to be a boy, that he did IVF and selected male. And when she was born with the anatomy of male, but she feels like she's female. And he is acting like it's a double death. Like he lost his cisgender boy, and then now she's quote unquote changed gender due to the woke mind virus, according to him. And now he's like, oh, well, you know, my son's dead to me now. What a piece of shit this guy is. What a piece of shit this guy is. He cares so much about his kids that he's willing to use his baby as a human shield. He's a piece of shit.
You know, as you mentioned, the bureaucracy is overwhelmingly
bureaucracy,
Democrat.
scam, bureaucracy,
Washington,
scam.
Was 92.5%, I believe, voted for Kamala. So this overwhelmingly a deep blue situation.
How do you pick your next?
Now that is a lie. Like, yes, there's problems on the left and the right as far as corruption goes, but it's a deep blue situation right now because they're trying to stop you from completely causing a coup.
Targeted agency or department?
Well, we're trying to act broadly across all departments, so it's not just one department at a time.
That's right. Flood the zone, right?
But
are you in all of them now? All of them?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes. Oh.
Isn't it great? We've got one guy that we did not elect in charge of every department, and anything he doesn't like, he's going to call a scam and a waste and fraud, and people are going to believe it because people are stupid, I guess. I don't know.
We're trying to make the government more efficient across the board. So yeah.
How big's your team?
Yeah, except like again, if your fingers are gangrene, but the rest of your arm's okay, it seems inefficient to cut off the whole arm.
We're a little over 100 at this point.
100.
Get to 200.
You're going to get to 200.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're recruiting from where? More or less.
Basically, it's software people, information security software people, and finance. You know, it's basically, yeah, finance and technology. I mean, frankly, I can't believe I'm here doing this. It's kind of bizarre, but I kind of think that we've got this enormous federal budget deficit, and it's a $2 trillion deficit. It keeps growing. Our interest payments are higher than our Defense Department budget. That's I think was the real wake-up call for me.
That's true. Why don't we lower the defense budget? Instead, you guys just voted to increase it. So much of our budget would be cut if we cut a lot of our military spending. If we stopped being the world police, so much would just get better.
Was looking at seeing that the interest payments on national debt exceeded the Defense Department budget.
But the reason why we don't cut the Defense Department budget is because we're really in the business of war. The United States seems to love war. If we end up in a depression, I guarantee you they'll start a war. It always works that way.
And that was only growing over time, which meant if we didn't do something about this, then there won't be any money for anything. We'll just be servicing debt.
And you know how to read an income statement, and you know how to read a balance sheet. You've had some business.
Questionable. Do you think he knows how to read a balance sheet? I think he just sees certain words and gets triggered. This must be fraud. It says transcendental. Oh no. Transatlantic must be fraud.
Experience. I'm kidding. But
Condoms,
yeah,
Bahamas. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, really, I just don't want America to go bankrupt.
So it's a call to action. You're hearing a call to action.
Yeah.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean,
You want America to not go bankrupt. Hence, you urged us to put a lot of the reserve into crypto. Yeah.
how are you
A money launderer's dream, crypto.
running your other businesses?
With great difficulty.
Someone else is running it. Like, there's no way you can run them all.
Yeah, I mean,
But there's no turning back, you're saying.
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You want to make America crumble from within. You're pretty much Putin's pal. And you want to rebuild it in your dark enlightenment image. You're going to be probably eventually annoyed by the Project 25 crowd. So hopefully soon you guys will start fighting. Please start fighting. because their ideals don't completely align, which is interesting. They align to some degree, but not all the way. But he wants to shape the world. America's just one of the parts. This man wants to shape the world. He got involved in Germany's politics. He's gotten involved in the UK's politics. He's dumping money in South Africa. He's dumping money into political issues in Canada. He wants to shape the world.
Eliminate waste and fraud. And so far, we're making good progress.
He makes George Soros and Bill Gates look like nothing.
Yes, actually. So our savings at this point exceed $4 billion a day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very significant.
Except how much are we paying you in Doge? $80 billion a day?
You think you'll wind up getting to $1 trillion of
Yeah.
savings?
I mean, unless we're stopped, we will get to $1 trillion of savings.
And that stuff can be translated. I mean, we've been talking, we had Russell.
Speaking of spending money, they just sent, what was it, $6 billion to Israel, and they went around Congress to send it to Israel. Like, we haven't been feeling their destruction of everybody around them. We are culpable for what Israel's doing. And what Netanyahu is doing right now is starving people. At first, it's like, yes, you have a right to retaliate. And then it turned into, but why are you making Gaza into a complete parking lot? And then they're like, but they're using human shields, collateral damage. And now it's straight up, you are starving Palestinians. You have won, Netanyahu, and you want to change the rules to your agreement. And to do that, you're starving them. That is a war crime. And it's to civilians, specifically to civilians. And well, I guess most war crimes are, but that is very reminiscent of like the Holodomor. And, you know, like one of the reasons why I think Ukraine should never, ever bend to Russia is because what Russia has historically repeatedly done to Ukrainians. One of the worst things was the Holodomor, which a lot of the West did not want to talk about, because in World War II, Stalin was our ally, and a lot of us winning in Europe has to do with Russia. A lot of scholars think if Russia was not against the Nazis would have taken over more of Europe, and it would have been really bad. But America did a lot more with the Japanese than Europe. But they always talk about D-Day like we're the most awesome, but really it was Russia and the UK that did most of the lifting in Europe. But anyway, I digress. Because Stalin was once our ally, they were really kind of shy initially to really admit that Stalin was a supervillain that killed in a man-made famine at least 5 million Ukrainians starved to death, which is a terrible way to go. And it's just fucking evil. It's evil. And right now we have Israel starving Gazans who are already malnourished, already have a lack of food. And it's just straight up evil.
Vote the OMB director on earlier through very rescission authority, impoundment authority. But I believe you said earlier, it's an audit that will not.
And just to be clear, I believe that the state of Israel should exist. And I am very, very anti-Hamas. But I'm not anti-human beings, and there's a difference.
To gather dust on shelves. This is actually going to wind up with real savings, bend the spending baseline down.
Yeah. There've been many good audits, like I said, done by inspector generals and by Government Accountability Office, and they just haven't been implemented. Nothing's been done. I think the GAO identified that there were 17 million dead people in the Social Security database several years ago. It's now 20 million, but nobody did anything about it.
And
that just made me like want to vomit when he was sitting there, and Netanyahu looked so proud and smugly smiling, and it's like everything Trump does is a deal. I want money. What do I get from it? He made a deal with Netanyahu and over the dead bodies of Palestinians. Fucking asshole. Like, he's a war criminal now. Like, if Trump's like, well, Biden and we're all culpable for not citizens necessarily, but the United States is culpable for a lot of what Israel has done. But because we could have yanked the leash, and that's what I kept saying is like okay, we need a real. I don't talk about Palestine and Israel so much because the Free Palestine people are far more Free Palestine than I am, if that makes sense. They'll say, well, I can understand Hamas. I absolutely disagree. I think Hamas is a piece of shit organization that is using people as cannon fodder, and they're fueled by Iran. And I understand why extremism rises and all that, but I will never be sympathetic to Hamas. But that being said, Hamas and Palestinian are not the same thing. Think about this. Half of Palestine did not vote for Hamas. Almost half. A third of the country voted for Trump and he got in. A third of the country didn't vote for Trump and he got in. And a third of the country didn't vote at all. But the people that didn't vote at all and the people that voted against Trump are now all taken for a ride for whatever this administration gets to do. Think about it in those terms. Not all of Palestine is Hamas, and they keep saying things like that, like, oh, USAID wanted to feed Hamas instead of they want to feed Palestinians. Doctors Without Borders want to help Hamas. No, they wanted to help Palestinians. Big, huge difference. Big, huge difference. Yeah. Yeah. And there's a reason why people like something like that, that appeals to them, right? But it's just, no matter what you feel about that, I think everybody should agree that starving people to death and going back on your word in an agreement, because they don't want to release the prisoners to Hamas. So they're going to starve the people of Gaza to death. Like, they basically won, and they want to finish them off is what we're seeing, so that they can build hotels with Trump. Like really? And also long term, that's going to make us more of a target for, quote, well, terrorism. Like seriously, like, what are we doing?
I think we can sort of look at this as a complaint minimization optimization. So basically, if the government sends money out to, whether it's wasteful or fraudulent, nobody complains if they receive money, but they do complain if they don't receive money. And the people that complain the loudest are the ones receiving the fraudulent money.
And you're on it.
Yeah.
If you have a problem with what I'm cutting, it means you're involved with fraud.
Yeah.
That's what he always says.
So the goal here is let's not have America go bankrupt with waste and
That's not the goal. The goal is you want to reform America into your image.
fraud. So that's what I'm here for. And we're making.
If you were here for that, we wouldn't be supporting SpaceX right now, and we wouldn't be adding more funds to our defense budget.
Good progress.
Yes, you are. You're going to go another year?
Yeah, I think so.
Final report, middle of next year?
Well, we're just getting things done as opposed to writing a report. Like I say, reports don't mean anything. You got to actually take action.
Yes.
So
You got to take action, like have 3 rangers supporting all of Yosemite. I just watched a tweet go by where a ranger said, there are 3 people in Yosemite right now. Yosemite is a vast park and a very, very popular park. It makes money for the government, by the way. Like I think we spend something like $5 billion on maintenance and paying the rangers and the parks and stuff like that. Which $5 billion, that's an awful lot of money, right? Except the national parks bring in $55 billion back. And we do make a profit on our national park system, and it's not that expensive, and it's great for our citizens. But you just now have left 3 rangers in Yosemite where they're like, people are going to die. Literally, Yosemite's like, people are going to die. This is just, and it's not just the rangers. They're cutting like rescue and all sorts of stuff, and it's just they want the national parks to fail, so then they can just sell it off to people that want to make money off of it and privatize it. Now all of a sudden Yosemite will be privatized or something, because I can't imagine them drilling in Yosemite. It makes too much money, but it could be privatized, right? Like this is what the Dark Enlightenment believes in, is privatization. Get rid of bureaucracy, get rid of government programs. It's a free market, right? Let the free market run. Except you know how free markets are. Like free market my ass. We do nothing about stopping Amazon from being a monopoly, Microsoft from being a monopoly, Google from being a monopoly. We're doing nothing. Free market my ass.
I mean, the waste report in entitlement spending, which is most of the federal spending is entitlements. So that's like the big one to
Most of the government spending is defense.
eliminate. Because that's the sort of $500 billion.
It's defense that is the biggest spending.
Maybe $700 billion a year. That is also a mechanism by which the Democrats attract and retain illegal immigrants by essentially paying them to come here, and then turning them into voters.
Wasn't it you, sir, that wanted to import Indian workers that were engineers and of a certain pay grade and a certain skill set, because they're highly skilled workers and they just work so much harder than Americans? And you were with Vivek on that, and then your alt-right people were flipping out. But when I hear you guys say is really that you don't like the American work ethic, you don't like the 40-hour week. They have not been shy. Vivek and Elon and Trump both hate the 40-hour week. They think it needs to go. They think it should raise to 60 hours a week. I'm not kidding. They believe that the Dark Enlightenment believes that more leisure time is more shenanigan time. You should be working. They want you to be struggling. They want you to have to work 60 hours a week, because then you won't be rioting in the streets. That's their mindset. If you're hungry enough and you're stuck enough to be under their boot, like, I think it's pretty obvious what they're doing.
Yes.
So this is why the Democrats are so upset about the situation.
No.
Because they're losing.
Maybe some of them, but that's not the case with AOC. AOC's grassroots. She doesn't have the backing of a bunch of elites like you guys do. Not in the same way. She doesn't have a corporate stamp on her. Yeah, maybe some rich people donate here and there the way they do with Bernie. But Bernie doesn't have a corporate stamp on him. I don't know much about Jasmine, but the way Jasmine talks, I have a feeling she doesn't have a corporate stamp on her, because she runs her mouth, and good on her, because she's right often. She is unafraid to speak the truth.
If we turn off this gigantic money magnet for illegal immigrants, then they will leave, and they'll lose voters.
What's interesting about immigrants is a lot of the people that are immigrating to the United States may initially vote left, like he's saying, but a lot of times they swing right. And you can use Michigan as an example. Dearborn, Michigan, a lot of them voted for Trump. Like this idea that immigrants will always vote left, that's not actually true. A lot of Mexican males voted for uh, Trump. And I don't know the stats on like how newly immigrated, because like I'm only second generation, right? So I don't know like, you know, how deep, but this notion that if you're an immigrant and the left's bleeding heart brings you over, that you'll just vote left, like it's not true. I knew plenty of Chaldeans. I know plenty of Mexican folks that like are new to the country and are citizens, and they vote right. Like, and so I think it's sort of not actually true. Um, it seems like that's really stirred up a lot of anti-immigration rhetoric. But like, yeah, maybe sometimes some people start left, but they often move right. And look at Cuban immigrants. A lot of Cuban immigrants vote right. A lot of Puerto Ricans, well, their territory, they vote right. There is this assumption that if you're a minority, you vote left, but that's not always true.
You have president's support. He said so again yesterday. He completely supports your operation.
Of course he does.
Well, thanks. That's super.
I apologize. I'm not really the most well-spoken on that, but like, I guess my point is that it's not true that all immigrants vote left.
Without the president's support, we couldn't make any progress here. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
where
so
you'll see the biggest
traumatized.
outcry is from the Democrats who are.
Cubans are so traumatized by communism that it's really awful. And so because of that trauma, they're going to they believe in the slippery slope fallacy, and their fear is to go back to that extreme.
They don't want the Western Front to be turned off because it is a gigantic magnet to attract illegal immigrants and have them stay in.
So what he does is he poisons the well constantly. They want to stop me from cutting things because they're involved with fraud. They want to be a magnet to immigrants because they'll vote left. He's poisoning the well
In the country. And I mean, you see some of the crazy stuff, like where
the left actually failed. They really failed this election in targeting youth. Have any of you noticed that the left really failed in targeting Gen Z? They had a chance to target Gen Z, but they lost a lot of Gen Z over Israel and Palestine. A lot of progressives either didn't vote or did a I still think that's a bad move, but I understand why they're upset. They didn't vote, or they voted for somebody else. And the Democrats trying to appease the center and grab the center failed at it. They didn't offer good enough policy. They offered not Trump, unfortunately, and they failed on getting the youth. And I just want to point out that historically, the left does need young voters. So look at Bill Clinton, for instance. Bill Clinton, when he won, he excessively reached out to the youth, and so much that he was cringe. He was answering questions like boxers or briefs. You remember? Do you smoke weed? No. Well, I smoked it, but I didn't inhale. Remember that? Like, he wanted to be the cool guy, but he went on MTV. He played an instrument. Like, he did things like, and same thing with Obama. Obama tried to reach out with the youth too. They both won. I didn't see Biden is like not even relating to. First of all, Biden was shoved down our throats from the DNC. I could go on and on about the DNC and how Bernie should be our guy, but the DNC is a fail and full of corporate hacks, whatever. But still, Biden any day over this Trump Nazi nightmare. But so we ended up with Biden, and Biden, like, for a long while has been pretty much like the King and Princess Bride, where he's like, she kissed me. And it's just like, oh my gosh. And so then they like moved to Kamala, and it was just a train wreck. It was an absolute train wreck. But some of the messaging was a train wreck as well. We really failed to bring in Gen Z at all. And weirdly, Gen X, I just can't even understand. Gen X voted largely for Trump, which is shocking and disgusting to me.
Money from FEMA, which is meant, FEMA is an agency that's meant to take care of Americans in distress. And
yes, and you guys want to disband FEMA, even though we are in climate change, even though they deny it. I know Elon probably knows that climate change is real. I know Trump doesn't believe in it, or it's inconvenient to believe in it until he dies. But because he's an old man, but yeah.
And a bunch of their money was being sent to pay for luxury hotels in New York for illegal immigrants.
I am pretty sure that got debunked. Again, another lie. I'm pretty sure that was debunked. I do think it's a slap in the face for American citizens when we aren't taking our homeless and are mentally ill. And we are then boarding immigrants, but we're letting our mentally ill and homeless vets on the street. And we're not coming up with a solution for that, because I think we do need a solution for that. But that's another problem. And I'm not a big fan of going, because we didn't solve this problem, we can't solve this other problem. So I don't want to really go there per se. But what I'll say is I believe that immigrants who come here because they want a better life should be vetted, but there should be a process that isn't just blocked by the almighty dollar. And it is very expensive for many people to immigrate here. I've heard many stories about how expensive it was for somebody to immigrate from Jordan, or how expensive it is to get a lawyer to help through immigration here in the United States. So there's a reason why people come here illegally, because our legal process is really messed up, and we pretend like get in line, like you're skipping the line, but no, our legal process is not that great. Just Saying says, I disagree. They went too far left. Yeah, so I disagree. I think we went pretty centrist overall. That's interesting. Trump will soon be saying, well, so interesting enough, is climate change good? Well, no, because eventually we're going to go hungry and die. Florida's going to fall into the sea. But the positive side about climate change, and Trump's ready to capitalize on that, is the Northwest Passage is going to be easier to go through and be a easier trade route. And people think that's why he wants Greenland, because he wants to be able to control the Northwest Passage the way he wants to control the Panama Canal. And the Panama Canal control, I think, is less about China, like he's making it out to be, and more about having control over all of our neighbors and their imports. I think it's an attack on our neighbors more than China.
And that was happening even after the president was elected, even after he signed an executive order saying that needs to stop. So we actually made sure that money did stop going, because obviously it's outrageous that American taxpayer money is spent on luxury hotels for illegals. But you have to say, like, why was that being done? It was because the Democrats are trying to import voters, basically.
Define luxury, by the way.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And that's also why there's no voter ID needed. In fact, in California and New York State, you're not allowed to show voter ID.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because of voter intimidation and things like that is the thought process. I think if they want to have me show my driver's license, I'd be open to that. Not the Real ID garbage, because I have always been anti that. I've been anti-Patriot Act, which is a Republican thing, and I've been anti some of Obama's things. I've been anti, like the Real ID. I was actually against. It's made my life really complicated, by the way. But if you said just show your driver's license so your legal name matches, the name that we have here, why wouldn't that be good enough? I can show my driver's license to get alone. I can show my driver's license to do most things for identification. Why couldn't I do that for voting? Like, why do I need my birth certificate? So the SAVE Act that they're trying to put through, which I urge everybody to write their representative and say no on the SAVE Act, is because it wants to require you to bring your birth certificate and it has to match your legal name. Well, every married woman that took their husband's name, their birth certificate name doesn't match their name currently. And anybody that's adopted that didn't get their birth certificate switched, they are now blocked from voting as well. And so I would say no on the SAVE Act because I think it's a direct attack on married women, particularly. There's no reason why, if you want to show an ID of some sort to make sure the information that we have are right, just to make sure you don't double dip. If we wanted to make that concession, why wouldn't a ID like a driver's license be efficient? I mean, that's where we sign up and choose our party. At least when in the California DMV, I can change my status. For a while, I was an independent, and I switched to Democrat so I could vote in the primary. Because if you're an independent, you can't vote in the primaries. So I switched during Obama from independent to Democrat, because I wanted to be able to have the power to vote in the primary. A voter card would be enough. Yeah, but I mean, the criteria for the voter card, it's like they could pull the same thing where it's like your name doesn't match your birth certificate. Like, why isn't a driver's license just good enough and say you're on the list here and this is your name and whatever? Like, I don't know. But this real ID nonsense I was against, but now we're here with that too. So even with real ID, why wouldn't real ID be efficient? Like this whole extra paperwork thing and mismatched name thing is a problem. We don't really need voter ID cards. We never did. I watched them when they check my name off and stuff like that. So I go in. I'm in shady California, with all the fraud, quote unquote, supposedly. And you have your little voter ballot or whatever, and they make sure that the numbers match on your voter ballot thing, and they check your name, and they make sure you're the same thing, you're the same person, and then they check the name, make sure you're not voting twice or anything like that. But they also, on your ballot, there's a number on there, and they actually have to plug in the number on your ballot. So they take care so that you don't double submit a ballot. So like I voted in person, and they made sure to take my mail-in ballot so that I wouldn't just drop that in the mail too. Like, they took it. So I don't know. Like, this whole there's just rampant fraud everywhere. I don't believe that's the case. I think that fraud maybe happens here and there, but not like what they're saying. That's pretty insulting to everybody that volunteers too when we go voting. It's pretty insulting to these volunteers to assume that they're in cahoots with that sort of stuff. In my state, you need a driver's license along with a voter card. See, I think that's extreme and excessive. 2 items of identification is extreme and excessive, in my opinion. But again, in Canada, if your card doesn't match your ID, I just moved. They update your voter information and mirror your ID. It's real simple. Canada likes to show us other ways of not being ridiculous, but we don't listen. Arizona is trying to put restrictions on early voting and mail-in. Yes, because they are convinced that's where the fraud happens. They're convinced that's how it happens. Mail-in is largely used by our military. Why would we want to get rid of mail-in? That's interesting. Yeah, they do check my signature too in California. They do that. Interesting. Yeah. Well, what's interesting with the Trump fraud thing? Happy Jesus likes to kind of troll and to make a point a lot of times. But what's interesting with the it's a rigged election thing. He poisoned the water. It's a rigged election with Hillary, and then he won. He poisoned the water. It's a rigged election with Biden, and then started an insurrection, which to me means that he should not be president just on that alone. He had his people screaming, hang, hang Mike Pence. And that's a pretty traitorous thing to do and say. It just seems to me that it's interesting that he keeps Freudian slipping and saying things like, I have these clipped to make a video. I'll have to put it together. I just keep procrastinating. But he said Elon's gone to Pennsylvania to make sure that everything goes right in Pennsylvania, and you don't have to worry about it, blah blah blah. And he makes it sound like they're rigging Pennsylvania. And then twice now he said, and we rigged the election. We rigged the election twice now when talking about this current election. I'm starting to believe him. I'm starting to believe Trump is not just Freudian slipping. I think that something happened, but I don't know. And like, what are you gonna do? Like, we wanted a peaceful transfer of power and not to panic and stuff like that. And I'm now getting worried about this rigging election. Elon said, see, I don't know if I saw him. I don't think I saw Elon's son say they rigged the election, but I did see Elon's son on Tucker Carlson, where Elon puts him on his lap and he goes, "This is my mini me." And kids always tell the truth, and they say the darndest things, but sometimes they say things that they hear. And his kid says, "We're going to do this and build rockets, and then we're going to do this." I can't remember exactly what he said. We were going to do X, but here's the key. A little kid doesn't come up with this. And we're going to quietly do whatever we want. And then he maniacally laughs. And he must have heard that phrase. And we're going to quietly do whatever we want. Yes, send me the clip. And after this, I'll look for it and see. Yeah, he's just he's a really cute kid. Like, I'm not attacking the kid per se. Because he's just a kid, and who knows how he'll turn up in the world. That I was against attacking Barron when he was little, or Chelsea. Oh gosh, Chelsea Clinton used to get attacked terribly. I think it's pretty messed up. But he's a cute little kid, but he keeps kind of making me side eye Elon more, because in the Oval Office, he said something like, "You shut up to Trump, and you're not president." Like, if you turn up the volume, you're not president and shut up. I'm like, this kid is like out of control here. Like, and I don't think it's all his fault. I think he's hearing something. Yeah, I'm not attacking the kid because he's an innocent sort of tool of Elon, right? But it is kind of disturbing. The kid is a whistleblower, right? Kids are truth tellers, and maybe if he keeps putting them on the mic, he'll say more things. I still want to say. So did you? Just a side note of people's kids and creepy kids. Now that Barron's older, I want to say how creepy Barron is. He's kind of creepy, but Barron whispered something during the inauguration to Biden, and I really wish I knew what he said, because whatever he whispered to Biden did that fake smile thing where he looked disturbed. Like, when Jerry Maguire was trying to like fake smile on the phone, he's like, "Oh, everything's fine." But you could tell like whatever he heard was disturbing. And I want to know what Barron, I wish Biden would tell us. What did Barron whisper? What did Barron say? I really want to know. Because then he walks over to his mom, and you can tell his mom says, "Be nice," or something like that. But I want to know what Barron said. What did Barron say to Biden that creeped Biden out?
Doesn't that seem insane?
Insane.
Yeah.
I say that as a New Yorker. It's insane.
Yeah, insane.
And it violates the entire Constitution and the
Get Elon's dick out of your mouth.
principles behind it.
Yes.
Producers are yelling at me to get out. I don't want to end this interview because it's too much fun.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you one thing? 20 seconds. Nothing to do with Doge. Can you rescue the astronauts?
Yeah.
Oh, Trump just said the astronauts who are stuck in the space station, maybe they'll fall in love, is what Trump said. He's such a flippant, arrogant, sociopathic bastard. And that's the man that's in charge of our country.
Yes, we're bringing them back in a few weeks.
There's not near enough
Those poor people. I hope it's not on one of the rockets that explode, Elon.
attention being paid to this. You're going to get them back.
We're going to get them back.
God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you for
God bless
all
you.
your service, Elon Musk. We appreciate it very
Much
much.
appreciated.
God doesn't like Elon. No way. God bless. Yeah. Jesus is like anti-Elon. Elon, Jesus is too woke for Elon. Even when Jesus curses the tree and the tree dies, too woke for Elon. Okay, let me check my messages here because you said you were going to send me something. I'm looking. Oh, it's not there. Okay, that's okay if it's not there. That's fine. That is fine. And look, I don't say things perfectly, and you don't have to agree with me perfectly, but one thing that we can agree with, these guys are fucking bastards, and we need to do what we can to resist them. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, no big deal. I have more things to show as well. If you would like to join and comment, you can. I prefer someone on the left because I'm not in a debate mood right now. I really am not. I am far too temperamental for that right now. Oh, it was good to see you. Yeah, absolutely good to see you. Yeah, how is he going to get something back? Yeah, good question. I want to know how, right? Yes, resist. Yes, definitely. Love to you. All right, let's see what else we got here. So that was Elon. Compare and contrast Elon here. I'm just going to show this little clip again because I think it pretty much says it all.
Today, we are not voting on who the next Secretary of Labor is. The next Secretary of Labor, the next Secretary of Education, the next Secretary of Housing, the next Secretary of the Treasury is Elon Musk. And let us understand that reality and not play along with the charade. Does anyone here really think that any Secretary of Labor, any Secretary of Education is going to make decisions by himself or herself? Just yesterday, President held a meeting with his cabinet. And who was the star of the meeting? Was it the Secretary of Defense? Was it the Secretary of State? No, it was an unelected official, happens to be the wealthiest person on earth. It was Elon Musk. And at that meeting, President Trump asked his cabinet, is anybody unhappy with Elon? Well, if you are, we'll throw them out of here, end of quote. In other words, if any cabinet official has the courage to stand up to Mr. Musk and disobey his edicts, they are gone. So, Mr. Chairman, my request to you is a simple one. Let's be honest. The American people understand it, and it's time that we understood it as well. If you want to discuss policies in the Department of Labor, let's bring in the real secretary. Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request that this committee bring Elon Musk before this committee so that we can really hear what's going on with the government.
One of the few people that is aggressively speaking truth, that is Bernie Sanders. He's getting older, and I'm always the one that's like, term limits, there should be a cutoff time. We need more. Bernie, can you please clone yourself? Can you please get more Bernie-like people in government? Vermont, please. Like, we need more of that. We don't need these leftists like Newsom. We don't need more Newsoms who, Gavin Newsom wants to run as president coming up, and he will lose. He absolutely will lose. Even the left doesn't like Gavin Newsom enough. Gavin will lose, and he should absolutely not run. He's slick. He's Pelosi's nephew, and I'm very anti family dynasties, like big time. But we need more Bernies in the world. We really do. Newsom's got a new podcast, acting like talking to the right is a good idea. I have been somebody that long time thought talking to the right in the meeting of the minds and sparring in the marketplace of ideas and debating, that's the way to go. But we are like now beyond that point. You missed that boat. You had that chance, Democrats, and you've missed that boat long ago by screaming at people and telling people that they're dumbasses and they're stupid and they're immoral. And because we went that route, we have lost the ability to have conversations. And now it's too late because everybody's radicalized on the right. And now I don't want to have conversations with the radical right. Charlie Kirk, he made concessions to Charlie Kirk that made me cringe. You'll just have to watch it. But Gavin Newsom is not the one. We do not want Gavin. But the DNC's gonna fucking shove him down our throat. Term limits is only serve to prevent people like Bernie from having longstanding effects. Well, maybe, but it also prevents people like Mitch McConnell. Look at Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell is why the SCOTUS is fucked. Really. The Democrats, if they want a strategy of how to fuck up Trump, they need to take a page out of Mitch McConnell's page. Do not let them put in a judge, like stall it out constantly. Like Mitch McConnell was just a thorn in Obama's side, and McConnell's a dime a dozen. No, he fucked us. McConnell's involved in a lawyer group that's from the far right Christian group that is what's funneling Christian judges and trying to install federal judges in the SCOTUS. He was very involved in that, and he's involved in Russian oligarchy, which is buying U.S. assets, which is a other thing. McConnell's a piece of shit, and he's retiring now, and now he's starting to, as he's going out the door, he's breaking step with MAGA a bit. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, just a figure. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of them are, right? But McConnell was a lot of the reason why the SCOTUS is the way it is. It's just a mess. It's just so bad. It was, and honestly, there's a lot of arrogance on the left too. Like, sorry, but Ruth should have stepped down instead of hanging on to it. When she had the chance, she should have stepped down, and they should have thrown in a new judge, and that would have helped quite a bit too. But hindsight and whatnot. But they ride it till the end constantly. Lindsey Graham, oh my gosh, Lindsey Graham, his flip-flop on Ukraine was something to behold. In the same day, he's pro-Ukraine, and then after that shit show with Ukraine in the Oval Office, he then dunks on Ukraine in the same day. And same with Rubio. Rubio's like, my name is Reek, and Rubio's extremely anti-Russia, and he's just now like okay, we'll do what you say, Trump. They're just, oh, it's just so gross. Yeah, I just think like when you're older and it's time, probably not. Like Dianne Feinstein at the end was in the hospital. Like there's comes to a point where you need to maybe step down, or we need to have a clause where if you're in the hospital for X amount of time, that there has to be some sort of backup in the party to fill your spot so you can actually vote. There's got to be something. Especially when it's like on the line right now where every vote counts. We had an absent vote, and I was like, why the fuck do we have an absent vote? Well, somebody had a baby, and it's like, well, we need some sort of vote by proxy or something, like a next in line for your campaign or something, because like, I don't know, we got to do something. But yeah, Feinstein should have stepped down. Yes, yes. Yeah. Well, Feinstein was corrupt too. I could go on about that. Like the left isn't free of corruption. I think a lot of us know that. And I think that's why the right is buying into Musk's lies, because anything that they don't like, they're going to call it fraud, and then the right will be like, yeah, okay, and it's just so stupid. Yeah, some people think it's ego or hubris that causes people to hang in that long. Look at McConnell. McConnell's practically stroking out on TV, and they're like, yeah, he's fine. He's of sound mind. Like, is he? McConnell's looking really bad. I don't know. I remember they were questioning Hillary, and I'm like, have you seen some of your people? All right. Do you want to watch Bernie's campaign rally stuff that they're not showing on the news? Or do you want to watch Murphy explain why there's fraud going on in the government and kind of spelling out what fraud is happening that Elon's doing? Do you want Murphy or Bernie? Murphy or Bernie? Make a vote. We're a democracy here on this channel right now. Your vote is Bernie or Murphy. Let me know which direction you want to go. Murphy? Okay, here we go. I think Murphy did an excellent job. So just bear with, because he's not as fun to watch as Bernie. Bernie with his little mittens and yelling is pretty fun to watch. Murphy's a little boring, but what he shares is good stuff. So we're gonna watch that.
Mr. President, I'm a big Boston Red Sox fan, and one of the most famous players in Red Sox recent history is Manny Ramirez. Manny Ramirez was a good baseball player, but he had a habit of doing some pretty ridiculous things on the field and off the field that
like chainsaws?
Were really detrimental to the team. Some really bizarre on-field behavior, cutting off throws from other outfielders before they got to the infield, bizarre off-the-field behavior that disrupted the team. It became so regular that a phrase was adopted amongst the Red Sox fans. That's just Manny being Manny. And over the years, it just was accepted that every year Manny Ramirez was going to do a whole bunch of stuff that was really detrimental to the team.
That sounds like Trump. You know, when Trump says a bunch of things and his own voters go, yeah, but he's not really going to do that. He's just saying that. And then you have I can't believe the Jaguar ate my face crowd. And they're like, but USAID was paying me money, and now my farm is going to go out of business and I don't know what to do. The Jaguar ate my face.
And over time, it just kind of became accepted that was a fact of life, a way of life with Manny Ramirez. And as time went on, people reacted less hostily. It barely got noticed in some cases when he was engaged in these detrimental forms of conduct. And I tell that story because it stands for, a kind of universal concept. When bad behavior gets normalized, it no longer feels like bad behavior, even if that behavior is hurting people.
Oops, wrong direction. Bear with me.
Today, the world is littered with corrupt governments where the leaders and the really rich men who surround the leaders, the oligarchs, they steal from people. That's what they do. The leaders and the leaders' friends just keep a hand constantly in the government treasury, and they steal taxpayer dollars. They rig the rules of the economy in order to...
They have government contracts. They invest in companies with government contracts. They have inside knowledge that nobody else has.
Make themselves fabulously rich. They hurt the citizens of those countries. Vladimir Putin, for instance, has never had a job outside of government, but he's reportedly worth $200 billion. One of his many houses cost $1.4 billion to build. Supposedly, the landscaping costs on an annual basis for that house are $2 million alone. That $1.4 billion house was paid for by money he stole from the Russian treasury. In other words, he stole it from the Russian people. Putin and his friends have been doing it for so long and doing it so openly and brazenly. Putin, for instance, wears a watch that retails for $500,000. Excuse me.
That's just Putin being Putin. Silly Putin. But did you see how good he looks without a shirt on a horse?
For $500,000.
Macho.
Even though his official salary is only $140,000.
And I'm being sarcastic, but yeah, that macho man shit.
They've been doing this so openly and brazenly, they're so public in their corruption in Russia that it's just accepted. It's just mainstream, the fact that Putin and his cronies steal from the Russian people. That's what's happening in America today. And it's
there's a lot of people that are like, what are you going to do? Everybody's corrupt. That's just how it is. At least we know now. It's like, no, not at least we know now. Now they're going to do it more.
Heartbreaking for me to say this. But in the first 6 months of the Trump presidency, Trump and Elon Musk and their billionaire friends have engaged in a stunning rampage of open public corruption. It's not fundamentally different.
Listen, y'all, if you spend $5 million, you can get a gold green card, okay? $5 million. Hey, listen, guys. Listen, look at my crypto I'm selling. Oh, everybody buy this crypto. Oh, we're selling. Oh, sorry, it dropped, but hey, we made money. We got transaction fees. That's cool.
Different than what happened in Russia. These are efforts to steal from the American people to enrich themselves. And their strategy is to do it all out in the open, to do it at such a dizzying pace that the country just gets overwhelmed or anesthetized or dulled into a sense that we just all have to accept the corruption, or maybe more charitably, that this is just how government works, that government is just corrupt, and so the fact that it's happening out in the open instead of happening secretly, well, it's really nothing new.
That I'm hearing from Republican voters a lot. Is yeah, of course, Trump's a con man. Of course, yeah, Elon's a bit of a con man. But I mean, they all are, right? So I mean, what are you gonna do? At least we know. And I'm just what? Yeah, the Bitcoin and stuff like that. Oh my gosh. To me, I have this vibe with Elon because he keeps pushing crypto and stuff and encouraging us to put our reserve into crypto. It sounds like Elon wants to get rid of the dollar as the world trade, and he wants to move to some sort of crypto for world trade.
But this is not how government works. The things that have happened over the last 6 weeks are unprecedented. The president and his billionaire friends are not supposed to steal from us. They are not supposed to use their power and their access to power, their access to government levers, to rig the rules to enrich themselves. That has always been wrong. It is still wrong. And we do not have to accept this. And so in the next few minutes, I want to try out an exercise. I want to try to lay out for you as quickly as I can just some of the most significant instances of blatantly corrupt activity that's happened in just the first 6 weeks of Trump's presidency. When you see it all together, there is no way to avoid a simple conclusion. This White House is on its way to being the most corrupt in the history of the country.
I have a question, and I am totally taking back from this point, but everybody brings these little charts like this, and I can't read it. And I've even screenshot it and tried to blow it up, and it just wouldn't even blow up enough on the screenshot. And Jasmine likes to bring up little charts, and the other lady from California likes to bring up little charts, and they're great if they zoom in enough and we can read them. What does Congress and Senate, what does the Congress and the Senate have against PowerPoint? Why is that not a thing? Like, can anybody explain why they don't have like a big PowerPoint that they pull up so that everybody can see a little bit better? I find it this strange, like just really strange. Is there a reason?
And just because they are doing it out in the open for everybody to see doesn't mean that it's not corrupt. And my hope is that if you see it all in one place, the gravity of this moment may hit you. My hope is that my colleagues and the public choose not to normalize a president or his advisors using the Oval Office as a blunt mechanism to make themselves even wealthier. It is our decision to have zero tolerance for corruption. It's also our decision to just decide to become a place like Russia, where our leaders are allowed to routinely steal.
But Trump loves Russia. Russia's the best. You know, him and Putin have just been through so much. That's what he said in the Oval Office. Yeah, right.
Steal from us. So this is a heartbreakingly long list. This is just 20 or so examples of corrupt behavior in the first 6 weeks of the Trump presidency. So here it goes. We're going to start on January 17th. On January 17th, Trump launches the meme coin. This is maybe the most corrupt of all the acts, because what is the meme coin? The meme coin is essentially a mechanism by which Russian oligarchs or corporate CEOs can literally send money privately directly to Donald Trump. Nobody knows who buys the meme coin, but Trump makes money when people buy it. And so it is just
absolutely should not be allowed to be doing this crypto shit. Absolutely should not be.
An open sewer valve.
He's been like, hey, I'm for sale, bribe me.
That allows for anybody who is trying to influence the Trump administration to be able to secretly funnel money to Donald Trump. He reserves 80% of the coin. He waits to release that coin until the price jumps back up again, which essentially means he's waiting for people who want favors from him to buy a bunch of the coin to inflate the value so that he releases more and makes more money. It's a disgusting kind of corruption, because this is essentially Trump just posting his Venmo for anybody secretly to wire him as much money as they want. We've never seen something like this before, where anybody who has anything to gain from the Trump administration through a manipulation of the value of Trump's meme coin can funnel money directly to the president, whisper in his ear, that was me that purchased all that coin, that jumped up the value, that allowed you to release new coin. Hey, take care of me on the back end. On January 20th, when he's sworn in,
we don't know who is buying Trump at this point. Like, obviously, Russia's got some power and Elon's got a hell of a lot of power, but we don't know the depth of this completely. Like, it is kind of frightening. Like, I mean, we always knew like corporations would like, like you could tell like who was taking money from the pharmaceutical companies, who was taking money from Comcast, who was taking money from defense builders like Lockheed Martin, things like that. Like, you could tell those things, but now with crypto, it's like so buried and it's frightening. It's frightening. Oh gosh. So Smithsonian has had to take down anything that's quote unquote DEI. That's a whole nother thing, which is anything with women, anything with minorities.
he institutes his new energy agenda. Now, open reporting suggested that during the campaign, he met with the oil and gas industry, and they cut a deal in which the oil and gas industry would give him $1 billion of campaign contributions in order to receive favorable treatment when Trump was sworn in. And guess what happens on January 20th? Trump unveils his energy strategy. And what does it do? It preferences oil and gas, and it punishes oil and gas's competitors. It, for instance, freezes all permits on wind projects, both for the land and the sea. It undercuts permitting processes, not for oil and gas, but for oil and gas's competitors. Oil and gas got exactly what they asked for. They gave a campaign contribution.
This dude is trying to convince people that wind turbines are killing whales.
And they got the favorable treatment. 5 days later, Trump fires 17 inspectors general. What do inspectors?
That's huge. Every single time Trump gets rid of any check and balance, everybody should perk up. That's a check and balance he got rid of, just like his generals. Like, you have to perk up.
Inspectors general do. They look for corruption inside of these agencies. What do? If you are trying to engage in corruption, if you are trying to steal from the American people, you fire the inspectors general. 2 days later, on January 27th, Trump fires Gwen Wilcox from the NLRB. This is the National Labor Relations Board. When she's fired, the National Labor Relations Board cannot function any longer. Why does this matter? Because the person that has been put in charge of reviewing the hirings and firings of these agencies is Elon Musk, who, by the way, has lots of cases before the NLRB. So
lots of cases.
So do the people that are standing behind Trump during the inauguration. Almost all of them have active cases before the NLRB. The billionaires supporting Donald Trump now don't have to worry about the NLRB because on January 27th, the NLRB is rendered powerlessness. 3 days later, on January 30th, Trump awards more than $800,000 worth of stock to several of the board members of the Trump Media and Technology Group. This is the publicly traded company behind his social media platforms. So now his cabinet members, people like Kash Patel and Linda McMahon, are owning equity in Trump's media platform, equity that can be cashed out, sold to people who want to buy them out of their interest at any time. Those people who might want to buy them out, cabinet members, could be individuals with issues before the Department of Education, before the FBI. Yet another avenue in which people who have influence, who want to gain influence inside the Trump administration, have a conduit to be able to move cash from their pocketbooks, from their treasury, from their bank accounts, into the bank accounts of Trump cabinet members. Shortly thereafter, we start to see the weaponization of the DOJ.
Mind you, remember that Trump signed an executive order that said that you don't have to reveal who you're investing in now in stocks and trades. You don't have to report gifts anymore. Sounds like somebody who wanted to stop fraud wouldn't go about that. Interesting. That would be cool, like a placard. Yeah, that would be good. I bet there's a picture of it blown up somewhere on the internet. Wind turbines, cancer, yeah, cancer wheels. Right. Then there's all these rival ones, and like it is wild. Like crypto's just like the Wild West right now.
February 23rd, a civil complaint from DOJ that had been pending against SpaceX, Elon Musk's signature company, is dropped. 8 days later, the DOJ drops a case against a Republican congressman. On February 19th, 2 or 3 weeks later, the DOJ opens up something called Operation Whirlwind, which seeks to target anyone who dares try to obstruct or criticize the work of Elon Musk and Doge. Over the course of the first...
That is like a huge alarm bell. That we're a country that thrives upon disagreement, like checks and balances and disagreement. This is why we have the executive branch, the judicial branch, and oh my God, Congress, essentially. Like we have the checks and balances on purpose, and we have federal judges. We have all sorts of checks and balances. They're all about getting rid of it. And this should alarm people. I do not understand how this doesn't alarm people at all, because they think he's still on their team or something. Like, but watch what he's doing. He's going to hurt the working class. I am the working class. He's hurting me.
Few weeks, the DOJ is turned into an entity that drops cases against those who are loyal to Donald Trump and pursues aggressively investigations against those who are trying to criticize Donald Trump.
Silence them all.
On February 1st, Trump fires the director of the CFPB and announces plans to shutter the Consumer Financial Protection Board. Again, very much.
That is a huge deal too. So Consumer Financial Protection Board keeps fraud happening from everyday people like you and me. It keeps the banks accountable. It keeps them from charging exorbitant fees on us. It protects us from fraud. Why is it in the people's interest to get rid of that? Can anybody give me a reason why it's in the people's interest to get rid of that? I have not seen a single person tell me why that's a good idea. Yeah, we're not all temporarily embarrassed billionaires. I stole that phrase from Stacy. Stacy Bobbles. She gets credit because that's where I've heard it. But yeah, the belief that you're a temporarily embarrassed millionaire or billionaire, like, please. That's the American dream. No, the American dream is to have a normal fucking life, which we're about ready to not have, and we're already actually we've already been struggling as it is. Like people are so stressed. Like I think it's something now up to 60% of Americans are paycheck to paycheck now. Like it's that bad. It is that bad. And I'm in an expensive state. So everything for me feels like it's going to rent, gas, utilities, everything's too expensive. In inexpensive states, people are struggling too. Like if somebody gets evicted or they quit their house or their house says, not evicted for anything they did, but like here's 30 days, move out. People are struggling to find housing in their area if they have to move because the rent's gone up so much in their state. Even I was running into people in states that aren't as expensive, and they were running into similar problems that we have here where we get stuck. And so like there's a huge crisis, like everybody's one medical crisis away from bankruptcy constantly, and it's just terrifying. If you have kids, it's got to be extra terrifying. I find it terrifying, and I don't even have kids. I have dogs I take care of. Like, I have a husband and I have 2 dogs, and I find it stressful to just fucking live. I can't imagine trying to be a parent right now, especially of a girl or a LGBTQ kid. It's got to be absolutely terrifying.
Much like the NLRB, this is an agency that was, at the moment that it was rendered powerless, investigating Elon Musk and many of the biggest financial backers of Donald Trump. So once again, those that have access to Donald Trump, the billionaires that are close to him, now don't have to worry about labor violations being investigated by the NLRB. Now they don't have to worry about consumer protection.
Both of those are for the people. Both of those are good for the people. He's saying bureaucracy. This is good for the people. Labor and financial protection, those are in the people's favor. And he's cutting it, saying it's, scam and fraud and waste, bureaucracy, rawr, here's my chainsaw. He's fucking you and you don't know it. Like, I cannot understand the working class right now. I cannot understand why they're this thick. Yeah, I feel like everything goes to rent. That's my whole life. I live to pay rent. That is the majority of my money now. It's supposed to be a third of your money, and it's like 80% or something for us. Like, it's a lot. Like, you end up eating less. You end up doing less. You end up buying less because you have to pay rent. Like, we're just now a slave to rent. It's become like New York City and San Francisco down here. Like, it's ridiculous. But people go move, and then I go look to move, and I'm like, first of all, my husband's industry does really well in certain climates and not in others. And so he feels like he can't move for some reason. And I'm in love with my state. I love California. I like the oceans and the nature in this state is amazing, and the culture here is amazing, and it's varied, and it's just so nice. And I don't know how to live with weather either. So like I'm terrified to move, honestly, frankly. But when I go and look at move, it's like, oh look, I'm gonna make so much less. But then I look and I don't know, I'm weighing all these things because I'm terrified of the politics. Like it's less expensive in Missouri, but the politics in Missouri are absolutely terrifying. It's less expensive in Oklahoma, but the politics in Oklahoma are absolutely terrifying right now. So it's just so scary. There's so many factors. It's so many factors to look at, and we're all scared. And I don't know, but I'm meeting more and more people that are in red states where it's less expensive, and they're really, really struggling. And I just think just think it sucks that we can't have what the boomers had. I think it sucks that we're all now in a state of panic constantly.
Actions being taken against them by the CFPB. On February 4th, there is the first of two extraordinary meetings in the White House in which Donald Trump convenes his business partners, the Saudi Golf League and the PGA, to try to negotiate a solution to the dispute between those two golf leagues. Why? Because Trump has a business interest in that dispute being resolved.
Isn't it weird that he's getting involved in sports like the World Cup and golf and shit? Like, really?
The Saudi Golf League plays tournaments at Trump's courses in the United States. And so if the White House, using its official power, can try to negotiate a settlement between those two groups, Trump stands to make money. On February 6th, something absolutely stunning happens. Pam Bondi, the AG, issues a memorandum in which she proposes to dull the criminal enforcement of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. If you are representing a foreign government before the United States, you have to register so that we know if you are acting on behalf of American interests or you are acting on behalf of foreign interests. In the prior Trump administration, Trump officials got in big trouble for secretly working for and getting paid by foreign governments without registering. Well, what does Trump announce? That they are going to limit the applicability of the enforcement of that statute, making it much easier for Trump's friends, for his MAGA crowd, for the people who show up to Mar-a-Lago, to get paid quietly by foreign governments in order to influence Donald Trump.
Could it be the governments that are in BRIC? Could it be that? Could it be those?
On February 10th, maybe aside from the meme coin, the most stunning act of.
Oh, fun fact about governments that are foreign that get involved with our shit. Qatar is part of the reason why Elon Musk was able to buy. Actually, I would say Qatar is the reason why Elon Musk was able to buy Twitter, just so you know.
Corruption. The Eric Adams quid pro quo, in which Eric Adams, indicted for corruption, is let off the hook. His charges are dismissed in exchange for the mayor's pledge of political loyalty to Donald Trump. They literally went on TV and announced the deal that we're getting rid of the charges against Eric Adams as long as the mayor pledges political loyalty to the president.
This is what's disturbing me. Getting a deal, forcing a deal like this, and it's the extortion of our state leaders. You saw, like, recently Oklahoma said, please, we need state funding, and they bent the knee and they said, oh, good, Trump relented and common sense reigns. Kiss the feet of Trump, kind of like the TikTok thing, right? He wants capitulation from every state. And if you don't do it, Maine, if you don't do it, Vermont, if you don't do it, California, if you don't do it, New York, you're not going to get, if you don't do it, Colorado, if you don't get in line, they're going to be like, well, like, no funding for you, no help for you, no FEMA for you, nothing. Oh, thank you. Super chat from Just Saying, $24.99. Thank you. I appreciate that. I wasn't grifting though, I promise. I always feel bad, like, if I complain about money and something happens, but no, I appreciate you. Yeah. Thank you. It will go to a good cause, my life. So, let's see. Her Majesty, wait. Yeah, I believe it was Qatar that helped Twitter. You can check my work. Everybody's welcome to, but I believe it was Qatar. It's good to see you. You have a good night.
So corrupt that 6 or 7 DOJ officials resigned because they refused to withdraw those charges. But the deal went through because the 7th or the 8th or the 9th official finally filed the withdrawal. And now in America, it is 100% clear that if you want to get away with corruption, if you want to steal from your constituents and you're an elected official in this country, all you have to do is just sign up for political loyalty with Donald Trump, and he will instruct the Department of Justice to let you get away with it. On February 10th, Donald Trump directs the DOJ to pause enforcement of U.S. laws that prohibit companies from paying bribes overseas. Come on. Like, come on.
Why would he do that? I mean, obviously the answer is that he's corrupt, but can anybody tell me, like, a reason why that would be an excusable thing to do? Anybody? Just curious. If you're somebody on the right and you voted for MAGA, can you tell me why that would be a good thing?
He instructs the DOJ to pause enforcement of U.S. laws that prohibit companies to pay bribes overseas. Here's an example. Goldman Sachs was engaged in outright bribery. They were paying bribes to Malaysian officials so that they could get a contract to manage the resources of the Malaysian Sovereign Wealth Fund. American companies should not be overseas bribing foreign governments. That compromises America's reputation and America's national security. But now we are going to pause enforcement of the laws that stop American companies from bribing foreign governments because corruption is now being normalized. This is what you do if you want to normalize corruption, is that you make it legal for American companies to engage in corruption overseas. That makes it easier for Trump to get away with corruption here. 2 days later, on February 12th, the announcement comes out that the State Department is going to buy $400 million of armored Teslas. Okay, so now it's getting even.
Throw them into the bay. Throw the Teslas into the Boston Harbor.
More blatant. It's getting even more brazen. The State Department is just going to buy a whole bunch of product from Elon Musk, product that they were not previously scheduled to buy. It is true that the Biden administration had a blueprint that was going to buy some electric vehicles, but it was around $483,000 worth of vehicles. Trump revises that blueprint of spending so that now the federal government is going to spend $400 million on armored Teslas.
How cool is that? $400 million on armored Teslas, which are a piece of shit. And also, heaven forbid if one of those sets on fire, because they'll never be able to put the fire out for like hours. Like they still, like, anytime a Tesla sets on fire, they're just like, let it burn and just make sure everything else doesn't burn. Yeah, I when I think of like armored vehicles, Tesla would not be one that I'd think of as being a good idea. Drill, baby, drill, but Tesla armored vehicles make sense. Also, what a colossal waste and a conflict of interest, like a huge conflict of interest as well.
From Elon.
Now, to be fair, I have to clarify. Biden, I believe, was the one that put the legislation kind of in to get more electric vehicles in. And of course, Tesla is sort of the king of electric vehicles, but then Elon changed it to armored vehicles, which are going to be far more expensive. And I believe that Biden put in for lightweight electric for certain things, and it got way expanded upon.
On Musk. Let's see. That's February 12th. That's
also for a lot less money.
Same day, Elon Musk's people infiltrate the Department of Labor, and reporting suggests that during that infiltration, Elon Musk's personal representatives get access to enforcement information at OSHA, not only against Elon Musk's companies. And by the way, SpaceX has an employee injury rate that is 9 times higher than the industry average, but also workplace safety violations against Elon Musk's competitors.
I want to point out how important OSHA is. As somebody that has worked blue-collar jobs before, it is the difference between avoiding accidents and people dying from accidents. It really is. It is far-reaching, OSHA, and it does cover a lot of industries. But since OSHA has been in place, we have far less deaths in the workplace, far less maiming in the workplace. So think about jobs that are really dangerous. Construction. The grocery store was where I worked, and OSHA would inspect the grocery store. Do you think the grocery store is dangerous? Well, maybe not at first, but actually that back room is really busy. And that back room, we stack things really high. We have to stack things a certain way. And if you don't stack things a certain way, it could fall and kill somebody in an earthquake-prone area. Or if somebody bumps it with a forklift or whatever, like there's all sorts of rules that you have to follow so somebody doesn't get crushed in the loading dock or crushed in the baler. I used to run the baler when I was like 17. And there's all these rules to prevent death, maiming, and injury. And if you think like the grocery store, that's just the grocery store. Imagine construction. It gets way more dangerous. Imagine drilling for oil. That's a dangerous job. Imagine mining. Imagine, I don't know. I know that there's a lot more dangerous jobs. I'm just thinking like it really any of the any job particularly, but there are some jobs that just tend to have more physical results. So like, warehousing, you have machines, you have vehicles, you have all sorts of things falling off of ladders. Just there's a reason why we have regulations, and they keep saying regulations are written in blood because somebody died, because somebody lost a leg, somebody got crushed to death. And so since OSHA's been policing that sort of stuff, we have less of it. Other than money, because bureaucracy, and we're hurting Tesla's bottom line. Why is OSHA bad?
The message: if you are close to Donald Trump personally, if you support him politically, you can get secret access to enforcement data against your country, against your companies, and your company's competitors. That's what happens on February 12th. 3 days later, there's some suspicious firings at the FDA, again related to Elon Musk's personal.
FDA too. Like, FDA is supposed to protect the people. Is there corruption in it? Maybe. Root out the corruption, but I don't trust these guys to root out the corruption. Instead, they're rooting out anybody that says no to them.
Personal financial interests. Elon Musk owns a medical device company called Neuralink. It is currently being reviewed by the FDA, and guess what? On February 15th and 16th, all over a weekend, there are 20 people fired from the FDA's Office of Neurological and Physical Medicine Devices.
That seems oddly specific, doesn't it? Firing neurological devices seems very specific.
Fired by Doge, run by Elon Musk. Clear message: you're going to get fired if you aren't on the right side of Elon Musk's application. Now, whether that was explicit or not, if the guy who is firing you has a pending application before your department, aren't you going to think twice? Aren't you going to think twice about ruling against his interests? This is why this is all unprecedented. Again, this feels normal because it's been happening every day, but never before in American history have we allowed someone who has a pending application for approval of a medicine or a medical device to be able to personally decide who gets hired and who gets fired at the regulatory agency making the decision over that medical.
Make America great again. Repeal child labor laws like they did in Arkansas. Also, wouldn't it be great if kids lost their limbs in factories again and didn't go to school? Yay, make it great again.
Device. But now this stuff is happening every day, because on February 15th as well, that same weekend, there's an announcement that the FDA cuts are going to be even deeper, perhaps as big as 50%. That means that hundreds of drugs and devices won't get approved at the FDA. And you know who benefits from that? The folks that are selling the snake oil products. And guess
RFK, in enters RFK. Yay, tea tree oil will solve everything. Everybody should get off of antidepressants because RFK's decided they're as bad as heroin.
who's selling the snake oil products? The people who work for Donald Trump selling Vita gummy scams. The director of the FBI is selling vaccine reversal pills. When the FDA gets gutted, it's the people who sell those unregulated products who stand to gain. On February 19th, 4 days later, we find out that the IRS is going to be cut by 7,000 people.
Now, trust that the IRS people that are cut are not going to be the IRS agents that watch you as a citizen. They'll be collecting your funds, so be sure to file your taxes because they'll chase after you. But I'm sure the people that were removed were doing corporate stuff. You want to bet? I bet.
And the biggest chunk of the folks who are going to be laid off are the people who do the audits of the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations. And so once again, Elon Musk and the people standing behind Donald Trump on Inauguration Day are going to get off because the IRS just had its enforcement powers, its audit powers, absolutely gutted. That same day, on February 19th, you start to receive word that advertising on Elon Musk's platform.
Right, Her Majesty, some things work to some degree. Like, I don't know everything tea tree oil traits, but I know, for instance, toenail fungus is one of them. Though not extremely efficiently. St. John's wort. Some people have used that to treat depression. However, shocker, it can have the reverse result and make it worse too. Or it can interact with things. So just be aware of that. So there are some truths to some things that are homeopathy zone, that can be helpful, right? But what happens is with the homeopathy crowd is they over promise and over invest, and sometimes they even back things that are actually harmful for you. And oftentimes they go around credible research. And so it becomes kind of complicated. But yeah, homeopathy stuff can exist. I just don't think it should replace everything. And the way that RFK sells it is, in my opinion, dangerous.
Is starting to grow again. And the reporting on February 19th indicates that American companies have come to the collective decision that they need to keep advertising on Elon Musk's platform because Elon Musk has so much regulatory power inside the federal government, that they need to make sure that they're paying Musk through Twitter and through X so that if they ultimately need something from the federal government, they can get it. This, again, is why we have never, ever in the history of this country allowed for the richest man in the world, somebody who controls major companies, to also have an official position inside the government. Because of course, it opens up these clear avenues where people are going to do business with him privately to try to curry favor with him publicly. I'm not done. It just keeps going. The next day, on February 20th, the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices monthly meeting is canceled and not rescheduled. And so we were very worried that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who makes money off of his attacks on vaccines, would continue those attacks when he took over HHS. Because if faith in vaccines continues to plummet, it is very likely that RFK Jr. will make money. Why? Because the not-for-profit that he will likely return to, the company that he will return to after he leaves, makes money as vaccine misinformation spreads.
It's almost like they're constantly helping themselves. Also, he's a lawyer, I believe, RFK, besides politician, not a doctor.
And he also continues to collect fees for referring cases to a company that handles claims of personal injury due to vaccines. And so when the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is canceled, it is a clear indication that, yes, this campaign of assault on vaccines is going to continue, which...
Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. Dumb ways to die. Like measles is a dumb way to die.
Not surprisingly, is likely to make RFK Jr. even more money. On February 26th, we see Trump's MAGA hats that are for sale on his website displayed in the Oval Office. And it's just a reminder that so many people inside Trump's universe continue to sell merchandise.
Is anybody sick of rich people grifting? Is anybody tired of this yet? Like, the side hustle culture that they're modeling is a culture that millennials have had to pick up to fucking survive. It's like, this is my real job in the day, and then I have this hobby job that I do as well, and it's a side hustle. We do it to survive. The billionaires do it to fleece everybody. They don't need to do it. They're just doing it because they want more gravy. That's what's so wild about it. Like, he doesn't need to sell merch at all. His little people could sell merch, but he doesn't need to, but he is, because he's a selfish, greedy bastard. They want the entire world. It's just, I don't know. You know what the Bible speaks against? Like, just a side note for the MAGA Christians that vote. The Bible speaks about anything close to homosexuality 5 times. And then what it means and the why, there's debates about it. But that's all we hear about, like, is that. But you know what the Bible mentions 65 times? Corruption. And then something like 80 times greed. Corruption and greed, corruption, greed. It's almost always like one of the most like mentioned things. And I always think it's funny because it's the sin that America loves. We just love it. We're the greedy bastard country.
On the side in order to make money. Donald Trump has always done this, and we've just kind of accepted it, even though it is a kind of corruption in and of itself. But Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, is still selling cash-branded merchandise, even while he's going to run the FBI. Elon Musk and others are selling Doge merchandise. So as they trumpet their brand inside the government, they're making money off their brand outside of the government.
And they don't need to. They don't need to. Like these, like if it's fanfic people that are MAGA and like on Etsy or whatever, it's whatever, you know. But these are already the richest people in the world.
On February 26th, maybe the third most significant of brazen corruption happens, news breaks that Elon Musk is just going to have the FAA cancel a contract with Verizon that has been in the works for years and instead just substitute in Starlink.
So this worries me. Having eggs all in one basket is really scary. And Starlink is satellite. And while it's pretty cool in a lot of ways, like, and by no doing of Elon, but actual people that worked on it, it's probably his best invention, really. Also one of the more scarier ones because like any government that he allows can use it. But to be completely reliant on something that one man, the richest man in the world that wants to influence all of world's politics could turn off is pretty frightening. I want Verizon to keep their contract with the FAA. I want Verizon to keep it. I don't want Starlink to have it because this man already has too much in the government. He has too many eggs in the basket. And all this free market crowd that the dark enlightenment crowd like Elon and Peter Thiel preach, it's not true because like Jeff Bezos from Amazon, they're like a snake that just keeps swallowing up every other company and taking them over or knocking them out just constantly. And it's not a free market in a sense because they just take over their rivals or they knock them out in some shady way like this. And also satellite is affected by weather where fiber optic is less affected by weather. And so people that use Starlink that travel a lot mention this quite a bit. So like the van lifer people who are now, I've been watching their boards. They're like, maybe we need to get rid of Starlink. Is there anything like that we can get? The van life people talk about like the struggles that they have with reception in certain areas and stuff like that. And it's cool for what it is, but it's slower and the reception is not that great. And fiber optic is still faster than satellite. If it was a backup system or something, maybe, but like to be reliant on Starlink only, doesn't sound like a good idea.
For Verizon. Just extraordinary that this is happening in plain view of everybody. Elon Musk takes his private company, uses his access to government to just shove out of the way his competitors and instead insert himself and his company. Again, we've never seen this ever before in American history. And now it's happening on a daily basis. And that's
a lot of control. If the richest man in the world can control US flights, that's a lot of control. That's a lot of lives. That's a lot of daily business. And he has all the money in the world. So it's not about money for him. Not really. Like he has the money. I mean, what he said on Twitter, if it tanks and advertisers pull out, he said, offer me money. I don't want it kind of thing. I think Elon's game is power and worldwide power and shaping the world in an image that he wants. I think that's what it's about. And I think that him having control over the air is extremely frightening.
Get to this week. This week, Wired reports that guests are paying millions of dollars to dine with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and business leaders are being targeted with advertisements that sell access to a one-on-one meeting with the President of the United States for $5 million.
Can we just now just say this phrase? Donald Trump is a whore. Donald Trump is a whore. Donald Trump is a whore. Not to insult sex workers. Donald Trump is a whore.
Come on. Like, seriously. There's advertisements that say, if you're a business CEO and you pay $5 million to Donald Trump, you can get a meeting with him. Like, this isn't okay. And yet, because it happens every single day, they're asking for us to pretend that this is normal. This is just 6 weeks. It's just 6 weeks. And the last thing on the list is an offer to meet with the president for $1 million or $5 million. If any previous president had sent out an advertisement suggesting that you could meet with them for a payment to them of $1 million to $5 million, in and of itself, we would deem that to be unacceptable.
Can you imagine if let's pick the right wing's most hated person, which I think is AOC, or one of the most hated. Imagine if AOC was like, for a cool price of X amount, you can have a conversation one-on-one with me. Or imagine if Kamala Harris had done that. For the cool price of $1 million, you can have a conversation with me. I'll lend you my ear. Can you imagine what a conniption fit they would have if Kamala did that? They'd lose their minds. They'd lose their minds. Yet they're like, oh, that's just what Trump does.
But Donald Trump and Elon Musk believe that because they have arranged this dizzying pace of corruption in which not a day goes by in which something doesn't happen inside our government, in which Elon Musk or Donald Trump use their power in order to rig the rules to enrich themselves, that we are all going to feel that it's normal. This is how democracies die.
They want it to die. That's the plan. It's Project 25's plan, and it's the Dark Enlightenment plan. Tech Bros. Tech Bros is the Dark Enlightenment. Christian Radicals is Project 25. They both want to reframe America.
Democracies die when the very powerful people steal from us so regularly, so openly, so unapologetically.
That people throw up their hands and they become apathetic. They shut down. They stop voting. They say it's wings of the same the two wings of the same bird. They stop trying. They stop caring. They stop fighting. They give up and submit is what their hopes are.
That we come to believe that it's normal. And listen, I understand that many Americans may think that all of this stuff just used to happen quietly. And the only difference is that Trump and Musk are just putting it all out in the open. And I'm not saying that there haven't been instances of corruption, Democrats and Republicans in this body.
Well, the first instance of corruption is saying that corporations are people and allowing lobbyists to buy our politicians. If we could fix that problem, the problem that, Elon and Trump are not addressing, that would help a lot.
Have been accused of and convicted of acts of corruption. It has been a fact of life in American politics for a long time, but never before has the corruption happened this openly or this frequently.
And so few people, in a way. Like, this is a smaller group of people. It's not spread out. Not only is it not hidden, but it's like two key people that are really raking it in.
And so I lay it all out for you this afternoon in the hopes that it is not too late for us to decide to stand up as a body and as a nation to say that this isn't okay. The Trump meme coin is not okay.
We pleaded with people, and they'd go, oh, you guys are hysterical on the left. You're just making stuff up. That's a conspiracy theory. They're not actually going to do it. Blah, blah, blah. Nope. They're doing it.
It's not okay for people who have interest before the federal government to be able to anonymously funnel money to the president of the United States. It's not okay for Elon Musk to have access to Department of Labor enforcement data against him or his competitors that nobody else gets access to. It's not okay to just cancel contracts that were going to Musk's competitors and substitute in his own business just because he has the ability to do it as a friend of Donald Trump. Like, the rule of law matters. Doing things by the rules matter. This level of corruption was not occurring behind the scenes prior. It is not just that the cover got pulled off of it all. And it's our decision as a body and as a country to decide not to normalize this scale of corruption. I yield the floor.
Normalizing corruption, open corruption. People think that that's somehow better than pharmacy and tech and communications trying to buy politicians. They think that this is better. This is the same thing but worse. It's on roids. But I'm so baffled that so many of the right wing is just like not saying anything. Actually, I did have a family member that came to me and said that she was frightened, actually, and it was mainly Elon. But it was the Social Security stuff that scared her. And it should scare you. It's like going to ruin our society. It's going to cause deaths. It is scary. And it's overwhelming. And it's so overwhelming that like people have to turn it off for their own mental health needs. I get it. But if you keep turning it off and turning it away, like it's like, and do nothing, that's not good either. I used to ask myself when so I was a homeschool kid and I read a lot of history, and I was made to watch all of the old newsreels from World War II, the propaganda on the American side. And then as an adult, I looked into the propaganda machine of the Germans as well. But when I was younger, I saw a lot of the propaganda machine of the United States and the newsreels and keep the troops going and buy bonds and all that stuff. And I watched the propaganda machine of World War II actually being quite powerful and actually good in a lot of ways, because we're fighting Nazis, right? Like it is pretty bad. But and the propaganda machine also was in movies. Probably the best propaganda movie I'd seen that was effective and kind of smart. What was smart was Mrs. Miniver. And it has a really good scene where the couple's being bombed during the Blitz, and they're trying to stay calm while the bombs are falling out. I keep thinking of this scene, actually. The couple's reading Alice in Wonderland. Their kids are in bed, and the father starts reading Alice in Wonderland because it's comfort. The kids are already sleeping, but he's reading it as a comfort because that's what they read as a kid. And Greer Garson, the mom, is knitting the whole time, kind of keeping her hands busy, as you do. And it's England, so keep calm, carry on, right? That was their phrase then. And the bombs are just dropping all around, and they're like, waiting for it. And I've been thinking of that scene quite a lot. Not because bombs are being dropped on us. They are being dropped on other people, like, Palestinians in Ukraine. It's pretty awful. But so much is happening around, and you just hope it doesn't hit you or someone that you love. And when is this going to drop on me? And I don't know. I used to watch these propaganda movies, and then I'd read about history, and I go, how did people just do nothing. You know, how did this happen? And if you look at how it happened, it's happening the way this is happening. And it's not a false equivalency. It's not it's not overreacting. In fact, we're all underreacting to say that this is out of Hitler's playbook, because it is. It's very comparable. And Hitler only had a third of the votes too. And Trump has a third of the votes, a third of non-voters, and a third that like voted against him. And he keeps saying he has a mandate, which is Project 25 language. That's Christian dominionism language. You have a mandate to do something. Well, like Al Green said, and had the courage to stand up during the sorry, I keep saying inauguration. During the State of the Union address, Al Green said, "You do not have a mandate to cut Medicaid." They do not have a mandate to cut Medicaid. They do not have a mandate to destroy OSHA. They do not have a mandate to destroy consumer protections. They don't have a mandate to destroy education. So they can shut it with this mandate garbage. I'm absolutely sickened, but I've always wondered, like, how did it happen? I think people they feel powerless, and they want you to feel powerless. And this is probably more frightening than Germany in a way, because our governments are way more high tech for surveillance. They are way more high tech with eliminating people they don't like. It's worse than World War II in a way, because like people are going to feel like they have no escape. Like it's going to be the big brother on roids. He's made a big show that he had all the tech guys behind him. I think that was on purpose. It was to say, I can summon anything from Facebook. I can summon anything from TikTok. I can summon anything from Google. I'm in all your bases. It's meant to scare people. They want you to feel powerless. They want you to feel stuck and do nothing. And if there's any time to right people and to protest, now would be the time. Because the next steps are really, really dangerous. And it's worse than World War II, because we have drones now. We have a lot of scary stuff now that we did not have back then, that Germany didn't have back then. And this whole report thy neighbor thing is pretty scary too. That anti-trans law, they want people to report people who claim that they're of a different, that anti-trans law in Texas is urging people to report on people who say they are a different gender than what was assigned at birth, and report them as fraud. Be a good little snitch and report. They want you to report people you believe that are illegal immigrants. Be a good little citizen and patriot and snitch on them. And there will be people that are like Anne Frank, who's in this attic. The law's the law. It's the mandate. There's a lot of assholes like that, because they're racist or because they think that law is morality. And let me tell you something. Morality and law is not the same thing. Morality is good and bad, right? The law could be good or bad. The law can be corrupt. Segregation was the law. It was corrupt. It was evil. So I have little respect for the law. I really do, especially now. I have little respect for the law. I'm not gonna pretend like I don't. I'm probably gonna get arrested. I'm gonna be the first on the wall. That's my goal. Actually, I don't want to live through the Handmaid's Tale. Actually, give me the wall. Actually, I would rather take the wall than be a Jezebel or a handmaiden or work in the who knows what contaminated zone. Put me on the wall. Fuck it. When he said that he wanted to send immigrants to Gitmo, that scared me. Saying I want to send immigrants to Gitmo, that's the hole that they've been throwing terrorists in that have no ability to legally do anything. They're just stuck there in a hole. You just throw them in Gitmo so they get lost by the thousands and they can't reach their own country or anything. They just die there. They're so proud of what they're doing, just indiscriminately. They keep saying they keep lying and saying they're going for criminals only. And then if you say you have a problem with how they're deporting people or what they're threatening to do, because they're actually being pretty slow in deporting people, they're making a big scene. ICE is parking vehicles everywhere, and making a big scene, but they don't have the manpower to do what they're saying they're going to do yet. So they're kind of slow. But the people that they have deported, they'll come after somebody that supposedly broke the law. There is due process for undocumented immigrants. I know that people don't think so, but there is. They'll round up the person that they've decided is a criminal that needs to be rounded up for X reason. And if there's anybody else in the house that is also undocumented, they're taking them too. And they say that and scream that out the door. So AOC, people are trying to get rid of AOC, saying that she's traitorous because she says these are your rights. She's telling people what the law is and what their rights are within their rights. And people are like, she's a traitor. She's telling people the truth. And whether or not you like her border policy or not, there's a due process. And they're going around it. They sent a woman who is 27 years old who claimed asylum from Iran. And when you claim asylum at the border, is my understanding. And then they have to deem you credible or not. They deemed her credible. So she was here legally because she claimed asylum and was deemed credible. So then she was in the middle of the process. And they went, oh, you're from Iran. Let's ship you back. They deported this 27-year-old woman who claimed asylum from Iran. And the reason why she claimed asylum with Iran is because she had left Islam and became a Christian. And in the country of Islam, to become either an apostate, like an atheist, or to become, well, I don't know, like switch religions, like from anything from Islam, you can be executed. And so to avoid execution, she claimed asylum here. I worked in a church that was half Arabic. Almost everybody that came here came because they claimed asylum. Syrian Christians were being murdered. They claimed asylum. Iran, they claimed asylum. Iraq, they claimed asylum. These are countries I like Lebanon. Lebanon, they do have Christians still in Lebanon, but there is some second-class citizenship stuff that goes on there. They're basically people that are fearing for their lives because of the wrong religion. And they're claiming asylum. And we sent this poor Iranian woman to Panama, where she had no contact with family. She couldn't get any no representation, can't speak the language, is in some bin in Panama. And it wasn't until like the UN got involved that they figured that out. This is disgusting. It's indiscriminate. And also, like, I don't know why they hate Latinos and Mexicans and Hispanic people so much. They always make them out to be like they're all from MS-17 and all this stuff. Like that is not the experience I have. I'm in a border town. We have like, I think we're hitting almost, I think it feels like sometimes it's 40%, but I think it's 34% Hispanic. And obviously not everybody's undocumented or anything like that. Don't take it that way. But we do have a lot of undocumented citizens, and this made up notion that undocumented immigrants are just a crime wave. They're just all rapists and thieves. That is not the reality I'm witnessing at all. That is not what I'm seeing at all. It just makes me so angry. And I don't know how people can be convinced of this. Like unless you're Unirock, some neckbeard white short grifter from Ohio, unless you're Unirock, I don't understand why you're fooled. Should there be vetting? Yes. Should there be a process? Yes. But our process sucks. We need to figure it out. But the Gitmo thing is absolutely terrifying. Yeah, it starts with immigrants. It'll go for the T first. I don't think it's overreacting that trans people are terrified with the laws that they're trying to slide in. I don't think it's overreacting at all. And then it'll go through the rest of the alphabet. And then it'll go through the disabled. I think we've seen this before, but we're overreacting. Yeah. Trump literally said that he wanted to, we're just talking about American citizens in prison, in our for-profit prison system, which is a piece of shit right now. He's talking about sending American prisoners and outsourcing them to other countries to be in their prisons. That's a real thing that he said. That should perk people up. That takes away your rights as a human being. Your right to visit family, your right to have a phone call, your right for legal representation. You'll just be thrown in a hole somewhere. They are talking all of us simultaneously. You're right. And I don't know what to do. Except protest and write our representatives. That's the first steps, right? Oh gosh, the deportation stuff, like the fact that Dr. Phil did a ride along. Are you kidding me? Oh, that man. Just disgusting. I know. Well, and they know we're not communists. They know well enough that we're not communists. It's a propaganda scare tool, and it's been used since the 1950s. Just the Red Scare, just endlessly. Like they act like they tell us in the United States that Canadians have death panels. And then whenever I talk to a Canadian about it, they're like, that's not what we have. There's death panels. They just decide you're not worth living. I know. I know. I have a feeling I'm going to end up on the wall. That's it. Goodbye, guys. Attend town halls. Yep. There's a lot of videos of people attending town halls. And now the Republicans, anytime they have somebody that disagrees with them and gets upset with them, they're saying they're paid protesters. And it's like, no, actually, some of your constituents are actually pissed. Some of them are mad about like real things like Social Security, like Medicaid, like veterans. Yeah. I'm not a communist, definitely not. I am socialism light with some capitalism light, like the merge it in. I like what Canada has going on. I like what the Scandinavians have going on. Those are not communists. You know, when they poll citizens on how happy they are, look at that. The happiness in Canada is polled really high. The happiness in Denmark is polled really high. The happiness in Norway is polled really high. They were looking at different factors, socioeconomic. Denmark has very high taxes, but they also have healthcare. They also have a good prison system. They also have social nets. And so their happiness level is better than ours. Isn't that interesting? It's almost like some socialism works. I don't know. I don't know what you mean, Maya, but I do know that like there's triage. I don't know what you mean as far as the COVID death panels go. I might be missing what you're stating. I don't it's hard not to be overwhelmed right now. But don't give up hope. I mean, look at Bernie here. Look at him. Like I gotta like the guy. Like Jasmine Crockett too. Like Jasmine Crockett's been on fire, and I've been loving her. And Bernie is so freaking old, and he's really going out of his way to try to get America to wake up. He's really trying, and he's getting a good turnout. He's getting a really good turnout, which is good. I had this set aside somewhere. Oh, here it is.
Have a president who is turning his back on democracy and allying us with authoritarianism. No, Mr. President, Ukraine did not start this war. No, Mr. President, Zelensky is not a dictator. Vladimir Putin is. We must not abandon the people of Ukraine who were invaded by Putin.
Now, in Warren, Michigan, Senator Bernie Sanders was also speaking with Shawn Fain, who heads the United Auto Workers Union, and unions are getting absolutely screwed by Trump and these oligarchs. Here's what Shawn Fain had to say. Let's play it.
Talking about these billionaires.
These union busting things too. Like the best healthcare I ever had was when I was in a union. Really, truly. I felt less pressured by my employer when I was in a union, and I worked harder than I do now when I was in a union. So this notion that union workers are lazy, that's not necessarily true. Yeah, I love Jasmine, and AOC's been good too. But the union busting has been pretty frightening too. We might end up with a country with no unions. And I have to ask myself, like, what is going on with Teamsters where they showed up at the Republican convention? It's almost like Teamsters has rot from within.
That pull the strings and they're drooling all over, cutting all these programs that benefit people. You know, when they do these things, they don't see a grandparent. They don't see a single parent just trying to get by. They don't care about a retiree or a veteran or a person with a disability trying to live with some dignity. That's right. They see dollar signs, and sooner or later, when they continue to see dollar signs, they're going to see picket signs. Because the only thing that's one decent health care for the working class in this country has been the labor movement and people willing to fight for it.
Now I want to share with you the full speech by Senator Bernie Sanders. There's really no point of clipping this or that because it's just such a good speech. You have to hear the whole thing the same way you listen to that full speech in Kenosha. It doesn't do it justice just to do clips. So
Oh gosh.
let me share with you the full speech by Senator Bernie Sanders on Saturday in Warren, Michigan. Let's play it.
So brothers and sisters, we got some problems in this country.
You think?
We have an administration that is leading us to oligarchy, and an administration that is leading us to an authoritarian form of society, and an administration that is leading us toward kleptocracy. And what I see happening, and I was just in Kenosha yesterday, we were in Altoona, Wisconsin earlier today, I see this incredible, you know how many people we have here? We got a bunch of rooms. We got over 6,000 people. So what I see happening all over America is people, not just Democrats or independents, but Republicans as well, saying we fought for too long and too many people died for democracy. We're not going to oligarchy. You know, it's a funny thing that we are right here in Abraham Lincoln High School. And I thank the high school for allowing us to use their facilities. So I want to tell you a little story. In Vermont, on Memorial Day, I usually go to a parade, a beautiful parade, one of the largest in the state.
Well, I'm assuming that's triage, right? So that is how triage works when they're overwhelmed, like the hospitals are overran, so they're gonna pick the youngest or the ones that are most likely to survive. And unfortunately, yeah, that's the hard truth of triage in a disaster is they're going to try to save the ones that they know they can save, and then the ones that they know that they probably won't. They're going to make those choices. I don't know if I'd call that a death panel. I'd call that's what triage is when it gets really ugly. Like we saw triage in the movie Pearl Harbor, where they're inundated with a bunch of wooden shoulders, and a nurse is tasked with this task of which person's probably going to die no matter what you do, because they have to invest in the people that they can save. Is it insurance company? Well, that's different. That's different. So if it's triage and it's the doctors and nurses, that's one thing. If it's some sort of committee or insurance, that's a whole nother thing. That's interesting.
A town called Vergennes, Vermont, the northern part of the state. And at the end of the parade, people assemble at the town green and people give speeches. And the organizers always bring up some kids from the high school to say a few words. And what they ask the kids from the high school to say, one of the speeches, is to recite Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. You all remember that? And let me remind you what he said, because it was really prescient and it was really quite extraordinary. Here he was in 1863. I think it was a few days after the terrible Battle of Gettysburg. Thousands and thousands, maybe tens of thousands of soldiers had died in the fight against slavery. And he looks out on that field, and this is what he says, and you'll all remember this. He said that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. And that is why we are here today. We're here today to, in fact, make sure that after so many people in our country have fought and died for democracy, that we are going to stay a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And I want to tell you what we are up against, because you got to know what this struggle is about, and I think you all do. And I want you to think back just 6 or so weeks ago when Donald Trump was inaugurated. Now, think about who the people were. Now, I had a box seat. For whatever reason, I got pushed to the front of that. So I was like 3 feet away. And right behind Trump, sitting behind him, were the 3 wealthiest people in America.
Which is to remind you that there is no hope. It's all about power, and there is no escape. That was on purpose. That was so on purpose. We are in all of your bases. Everybody's on our side. There's nothing you can do.
Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg bent the knee. He's now not fact-checking, and now Facebook is spamming right-wing AI junk now constantly. Bezos is now saying Washington Post, which historically is a left paper, is now right. It's no longer left. Interesting. These billionaires keep buying papers. Interesting. It's hard to find independent papers because they're always owned by some billionaire buying it up. Same with social media. It makes it really hard because they can hide algorithms and play with things and hide the truth, and you have to look for things. That was very much a show of like, we're in all of your bases, even TikTok.
That's not all. Behind them were 13 other billionaires who Trump had nominated to head major government agencies. In other words, they weren't hiding anything. They were telling the American people and the world that instead of a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, we have now become a government of the billionaire class, for the billionaire class, and by the billionaire class.
Welcome to the Dark Enlightenment. Project 25 is part of it, yes, but Dark Enlightenment.
That is what, brothers and sisters, we are taking on. And I want to say something that I really fully do not understand. Maybe we have some psychiatrists in the audience, and I mean that seriously, who can help us here? Because, look, everybody wants to make money. Everybody wants to live comfortably. Nothing new about that. In this country today, in Vermont, breaks my heart, and I'm sure in Michigan, we have major addiction problems, right? We all know people who are addicted to drugs, and
it's going to get worse because life is going to be so hard to cope with once they get done with us.
It's happening to their lives. We know people who are alcoholic. We know people who smoke too much, people who are overweight, eat too much, people who have addictions. But I will tell you what the most serious addiction is in this country. Boy, it's a smart group of people. That's right. It is the addiction of greed by the billionaire class. Now, you might think that if somebody had a few $100 million, had their own jet plane, had their own...
It's money, but it's power. This is power, too. They want power. Trump was thinking kind of small fries compared to Elon. Trump was thinking, I want to reshape America. I want my face on Mount Rushmore. I want to leave a legacy and a mark. I want to be an imperialist. I want to invade Greenland and Canada, make Canada like my bitch, like state, like Elon is thinking worldwide, even more so. Like he's wanting to shape UK. He's wanting to shape Canada. He's wanting to shape South Africa. He's wanting to shape Germany. Someone once said the phrase that the poorest class in the United States thinks locally, and they help locally. They help each other locally. And middle class thinks about the country, typically. But billionaires think about worldwide. They're in a different game. Completely. So yeah, they have enough money and they want more, but they want to shape the world is what it seems like to me.
Own island or whatever these guys do, it might be enough, but it is never enough. They are addicted to more and more and more, and they don't care how many people they step over in order to satisfy their greed. And right now, what they are in the process of trying to do, and it's why I'm here in Warren to stop them, what they want to do is at a time when we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had, when the billionaire class, the people on top, have never, ever, ever had it so good. What they want to do is give over $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%, and they do that by cutting $880 billion from Medicaid, over $200 billion from nutrition and other programs that the working class of this country needs. So in other words, this is the Robin Hood proposal in reverse. Instead of taking from the rich, giving to the poor, they're taking from the poor and giving them to the rich. We ain't gonna let that happen. And I want to explain for a moment what $880 billion in Medicaid means. It means that when in the midst of a healthcare crisis, millions of children will be thrown off of the health insurance they have. If you have a mom or a dad in a nursing home or somebody who may need nursing home, understand that 2 out of 3 people in nursing homes get there through Medicaid payments. Cut Medicaid, it's going to be harder to get people into nursing homes. Quality of care will deteriorate.
2 out of 3.
We have 32 million people in community getting their health care at community health centers, something that I work very hard on, primary health care. 40% of the revenue for community health centers comes from Medicaid. Slash Medicaid, it'll be harder for millions of people to get the primary care, the dental care, the vision care that they need. We are not going to allow them to slash Medicaid in order to give tax breaks to the rich. Now, the reason we are in Warren and Warren Kenosha and Warren Altoona is that all of these congressional districts have Republican members of Congress who won by a very slim vote. Your congressman is Mr. James, John James. Apparently you know Mr. James. So my request of Mr. James is very simple. You know, I'm from Vermont and I am here doing a town meeting in Warren, Michigan.
Because he cares about
Mr.
the
James,
country.
I think your constituents here in Warren would love to do a town meeting with you.
Yes. Yes, they would.
And I think that town meeting should be respectful. People, he has the right to make his case, let him speak. You have the right to ask him questions. And I think the question that is most on people's minds is why would any member of Congress vote for massive tax breaks for billionaires and then cut Medicaid, education, and nutrition?
Good question. Why are we cutting taxes for the wealthiest people in the world where there's already giant gaps? Like just the wealth that we've never seen before. We are the wealthiest country in the world, but because of the billionaires playing the stock market and corruption, the middle class is shrinking while their greed grows. Our work-life balance is suffering while their money grows. Our healthcare is suffering while their money grows. The greed is just endless. And they use words like meritocracy and productivity, which is just, both of those words are almost always used for oppression. Almost always.
But Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump are not only going after Medicaid and nutrition programs, they're going after Social Security. I think I speak for every member of the Senate in telling you that we get calls every single day from seniors, people with disabilities saying, I'm trying to reach Social Security. I got a problem. I want to talk to somebody. It's taken forever to do that. In fact, shamefully, some 30,000 people die every year waiting for an understaffed Social Security. They are way understaffed today to approve disability benefits. You got that? So people are sick. They're on disability. Takes them forever to get their issue dealt with, and they die in between.
A lot of people wait 2 years to get on disability, like nowadays.
What Musk and Trump are proposing are massive cuts to Social Security staffing, which would make it harder for people to get their claims addressed.
It's more than harder. Social Security people are saying it's going to cause it to collapse completely.
That would mean more people will die. That is not acceptable. And I'll tell you what else they're trying to do. One of the honors of my Senate life was I chaired for a while the U.S. Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs. And I'm very proud of that. And I had the opportunity to meet people, great veterans, not only from Vermont, but all over the country. And I think no matter what your political view may be, I think there is nobody or very few people in America who would disagree that when a man or a woman puts their lives on the line to defend us, we honor our commitments to those veterans.
Yes. We cannot ask people to put their lives and bodies and their families make sacrifices too. Sacrifice everything, life and limb, and then when they come back, not take care of them. I don't think any young person should join the military right now. Really, truly. Like I would probably try to talk you out of it before. Definitely talk you out of it now, because they will ruin you mentally, physically, your family, and they won't help put you together. They made it pretty clear. And it's a sacrifice, and it's a noble sacrifice, but I wouldn't make it if they're not going to take care of you.
But at the behest of Mr. Musk, the VA has announced that they intend to lay off 83,000 employees at the Veterans Home.
If you know anything about the VA, you'll know that they're already overloaded, that people are already waiting a long time to get the help that they need.
And that will mean for veterans to go into VA healthcare, a deterioration in the quality of care they get. For veterans who are waiting for their benefits, it will take them longer to get. Now,
oh, but wait, there's more. Project 25 wants to make sure that veterans aren't double dipping, and they feel like if you're getting disability and retirement, one of them has to go. That's Project 25.
just yesterday, Foreign Wars, the second largest veterans organization in the country, said, quote, "We now call upon VA to reconsider its planned reduction of 83,000 employees." The VFW is right. I call on the Trump administration, rescind that order. We are not going to balance the budget on the backs of our veterans or our seniors. I'll tell you something else.
To do this to veterans is such a betrayal. And I was watching one of the guys just cry. And he wasn't crying because he's weak or anything like that. He's crying because he was betrayed.
In their proposal, the Republican proposal, not only do they have $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid, they have $230 billion in cuts to nutrition programs.
I'm pro-life until I'm not. Tell me, pro-lifers, why would cutting nutrition programs be a good idea?
Now you tell me, in what universe, in what world, in what religion is it acceptable to give tax breaks to the very richest people and cut food programs for hungry kids? That is disgusting and grossly immoral.
While life is getting harder, while they're putting more burdens on our back.
Now, obviously, one of the ways you dismantle programs is you cut staffing. You cut massive amounts of workers at Social Security and VA. They can't deliver the services that people need. So right now Trump and Musk are in the process of laying off hundreds of thousands of federal employees. And put yourself, we have any federal employees right here? Yep. All right. And we thank them for their service.
They've been treating them like absolute trash. Massive disrespect. Like, why would you ever want to serve the government in any form if you're treated like that? just absolute garbage, and they think it's funny. Like firing the park ranger that does the job of a park ranger because they absolutely love it, because they are in love with nature and they think it's so important, and there's all this reasoning, but they're taking a vow of poverty to be a ranger, and kind of loneliness too, because it's harder to socialize. As a ranger, you're away from family and stuff like that. It is a sacrifice, and they're making peanuts, and we're going to fire the rangers, which, by the way, we spend about $5 billion on our national park. I said this earlier, $5 billion on a national park, and then it earns $55 billion in revenue because of tourism and stuff like that. So it actually isn't top heavy. You're making money on that. But now we have people from Yosemite. They're saying we are so short. Yosemite, one of our most popular parks. I mean, it's so crowded in Yosemite. Like, we have all the out of country tourists that come to Yosemite, and they look at it in awe. And Yosemite is saying we are so understaffed that people are going to die if they come here. Like you're on your own. Like people are going to die as a result, because we won't be able to protect anybody. We won't be able to save anybody. We won't be able to rescue anybody. Like, suddenly now Yosemite's become far more dangerous than it ever has been. It is dangerous in Yosemite. You can, people make mistakes. They fall into the river and they drown. That has happened. People get attacked by an animal. That can happen. People go rock climbing and they fall. That can happen. People get struck by lightning. That can happen. I was in Sequoia one year, and I was actually a teen, and somebody got struck by lightning on Morro Rock. They told people to not go on Morro Rock, but somebody went and they got struck by lightning. Like, it can happen. And imagine if you're injured and there's nobody to rescue you. There's no ranger to check in. There's nothing. Like, people will die in national parks, and they know it. They're okay with it. They're okay with that, because what they really want to do is probably sell it off to the highest bidder. And that's just rangers. How about social workers? Social work tends to get a lot of funding from federal government. This is your CPS. This is checking in on you're disabled. This is all sorts of things that we need in society to be a humane, caring society that cares for our most vulnerable people. And they're getting gutted. And I don't know if you know any social workers in your life, but let me tell you, social workers take a vow of poverty. They don't make the money like who makes pretty good money is not psychologists. It's a big depends. But it's the people that make money are psychiatrists. They're the ones that rake in the dough. But social workers often pretty much take a vow of poverty. And they're doing great work, and it's needed work, and it's powerful work, and it's important work, but they're already underpaid. Now you're going to understaff them, and you're going to basically prevent them from helping anybody and close offices and stuff.
And I can tell you that, and it's not hard to imagine, you're a federal employee, everyone's on pins and needles. They're wondering, they're going to get a letter from Mr. Musk tomorrow telling them that they're gone. People have worked for years. People have done great work. Gone, out on the streets. Now, I want you to think for a moment. If Mr. Musk can do this arbitrarily, fire hundreds of thousands of federal employees, think about what will happen when the technological revolution of artificial intelligence and robotics really gets hold in this country. Think about it.
It's almost like white collar jobs will get replaced, because everybody is all gung-ho about blue collar jobs getting replaced. Oh, it's so great that we have the self-checkout at grocery stores. Blue collar jobs erased. Oh, it's so great, that this robot can do the work of this guy. Replaced. AI is going to replace office workers. AI is going to replace my job.
Everybody knows that this revolution is coming. And that means that many millions of workers in the private sector are going to be displaced. If Musk can simply throw out onto the street for no decent reason hundreds of thousands of federal employees, what do you think they're going to do when robotics and artificial intelligence comes They're going to replace those workers and they're going to throw them out on the street as well.
But don't worry, guys, make lots of babies. I swear to God, I think like their game plan is to basically make it so that like we die out. Like that, this is like it just how it feels. Like the boomers, let's take away Social Security so they die out. Let's make sure Gen X, who's next in line for Social, they die out. Let's go ahead and like all the people that could possibly be a problem that we haven't indoctrinated out. Let's just make sure that we set policies that just basically wipe them out. And then we can mold alpha into whatever we want. Like, I swear it's something like that. Like, it's really weird shit.
This is a prelude to what they're going to do in the private sector. Now, I happen to believe that technology unto itself is not a bad thing. If it can result in increased worker productivity, that's great. But
it never seems to work that way. That's what they said about a lot of the automation stuff. And then look where we are.
We want to make sure is that workers benefit from that worker productivity increase.
And if you want to do like if you want to replace workers with robots and AI and whatnot, then what you would have is a whole different kind of society where if you keep your people alive, you would have a society where people have a stipend where they can live on that stipend, which is kind of communist-ish or socialist-ish, somewhere around there. You know, you have automation. Okay, well then we better figure out how to, I guess you have all this time for leisure or whatever. Like, but that's not how it happened at all. That's not at all what happened. It's basically, it's just you got replaced. You better find a different job. And if they keep replacing jobs to where not enough people can work, I mean, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
We don't want CEOs all over this country saying, hey, we got a machine to replace you. We don't need you anymore. You're out on the street. Now, what we are up against
is part of the reason why I don't like self-checkout. I worked in a grocery store and the unions would try to fight the self-checkout thing. And now it's like rampant everywhere. And it's like, Walmart's filthy rich. Why am I working for Walmart? I hate Walmart. I try to avoid it. Why am I working for Walmart using self-checkout? I don't want to work for you. You're not paying me.
It's not only the incredible greed of the billionaire class. We're up against something that we really have never experienced in this country. And I'm not going to stand up here and tell you with a straight face that politicians never lie, never stretch the truth a little bit. Occasionally that happens. But what we're
all right, more than occasionally.
up against right now, and this is enormously important, is we're up against a phenomenon that we have never seen, and that is the big lie. The big lie is not just stretching the truth. The big lie is not just fibbing. The big lie is creating a parallel universe, a set of ideas that either have no basis in reality or in the great scheme of things are nowhere near the most important concerns that the American people have. What some of these people on the right are doing is saying outrageously false statements. They say it over and over again. And then they have the right-wing social media blast it out to hundreds of millions of people until people actually believe it. And then, rather than having the kinds of discussions and
that's because Steve McRae was so bad at his job as a Kohl's manager that they decided, well, we do better with machines.
Debate that we should have in a democratic society. What are the issues? You have your view, I have my view. Let's debate. Let's come up to some consensus, or we'll vote on it, whatever it may be. We spend half our lives trying to refute outrageous lies. Let me just give you a few examples, which you're familiar with. Trump claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him and that he won by a landslide. A lie. All of you remember the terrible January 6th insurrection where they tried to prevent. Well, Trump claimed that that was a day of love, and by the way, pardon all of those insurrectionists.
Which is a betrayal to all the Capitol cops. And a betrayal to Mike Pence, his own VP, who is still a conservative. Absolutely betrayed him.
Trump has claimed that millions and millions of undocumented people vote in American elections. A lie. Trump has claimed that climate change is...
Because he has no problem shaking the trust in democracy. That's his whole gig from the beginning. Let's shake their trust in democracy. Let's make it sound like no matter what, it's just not worth it.
Is a hoax originating in China. A lie. And very recently, Trump has claimed that Ukraine started the horrific war with Russia.
That is just what he did with Ukraine. Really upset me because it was not just a betrayal to Ukraine, it's a betrayal to the United States. Russia is our enemy. And he's like, me and Putin have been through a lot. Like, that should be enough to impeach him right there. Me and Putin have been through a lot. Impeach the bastard now.
And I'll give you an idea how bad this is. A couple of months ago, and I was involved in this, there was what we call in Washington a continuing resolution, a CR, keep the government going. And people, Democrats and Republicans, worked together 4 months. And we had, I was chairman of the Health Education Committee, a lot of provisions in there which would have cut the cost of prescription drugs, would have expanded healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. We were involved in that debate. Anyhow, months and months of discussion, debate, arguments. Finally, an agreement was reached. Literally the day before that was going to be voted on and passed in the House, Mr. Musk sent out on Twitter emails that said there was a 43% increase in salaries for members of Congress. Tell your member of Congress not to vote for it. They're going to get a 43% increase. A total lie.
They're just so blatant.
There was a 3.4 inflation. That's all it was. Percent increase. Total lie. And as a result of what Musk did and the emails that he sent out, Republicans refused to go forward and that bill died.
When I say tax billionaires to non-existent, I really mean it, including Taylor Swift. Tax billionaires so that they are not existent in the world. It's too much power. It's too much world power. The problem is other countries have to get on board with it too. Like tax billionaires so that they don't exist anymore.
And it doesn't stop. If some of you have heard Trump's State of the Union speech, he claimed he picked up on something that Musk had started, and that is, you all heard, millions, zillions of people who are 200, 150 years of age, 500 years of age, they're all receiving Social Security benefits. All right, I got two questions. Why would he?
This guy served in the Civil War. He's getting Social Security benefits. Yeah, I totally believe it.
He do that? What is the think? No. What is, if you say to people, the average American, you know, that Social Security system is really corrupt. You got all these people at 200 years of age. They're getting it. It's all corrupt. What is the goal?
To end it.
All right. I can raise one person, raise a hand. I can't hear anybody. Yeah. It's right. Yes. Yes. What else you got? Yep. That's right. All right. All of this stuff.
So you'll be glad when they make it collapse.
Give up on your government.
Yep.
Government can't do anything. It's all fraud. Social Security is broken. It's fraudulent. Medicaid, it's all. And if you do that, what is the end result? The privatization of everything. You're going to give all this stuff over to large corporations. So the truth is.
And then they'll tell you, because I know this game, but the free market's a good thing and you can choose with your dollar and vote with your dollar, as these huge companies swallow up smaller companies. And it's a bullshit lie.
The truth is that well over 99% of Social Security checks are going out to the people who earned those checks. 70 million people, and nobody who is 150 or 200 gets a Social Security check. Absolute lie.
Okay, this goes on. You can check it out on Midas Touch, the Bernie speech. The state that he's in where he's giving this is Michigan, not his home state. So keep in mind, he's doing it for us. He's doing it for us. Next time I do this, I'm probably going to play a lot of Jasmine Crockett. She's been on fire, making good points. People, people who are like her, like Bernie, like AOC, are not very common right now. We need more people like that. And the way that our government's attached to corporations, they're going to be damn sure that we don't get more people like that. Right. Which dark enlightenment is sort of like monarchy, corporate feudalism, corporate monarchy, kind of between those two. Right? That's the other thing. I don't think people know their history. I don't think they really do. They weren't paying attention with FDR. They weren't paying attention with what was really happening during the Great Depression. And this is why history is important. This is why Trump fucking with history is also important. Like how they want to get rid of anything DEI, supposedly, anything civil rights related, they want to get rid of. And it's important. I really think we're at a stage where we need to actually collect history books that haven't been tainted by MAGA yet, because they're going to scrub the internet. They're going to take it off of websites. They're going to like start pumping out history books that are just going to omit information. You know, Trail of Tears didn't happen, not like that. But Manifest Destiny was a good thing. You know, like they're going to just completely go through and change everything, you know. So like I really do think like get some hard copies of some books and even PDFs. If you rely only on Amazon or digital media, where you have like I have quite a few books on digital media, and you rely on a service, keep note that that service, even though you purchase an item, can take it back. Just so you're aware. So keep that in mind. Oh, AI. Yeah, AI is getting better though, which is kind of scary. It's getting better. Um, another scene that was on my mind, because you mentioned Sound of Music, is this scene. And I'm gonna play it, and hopefully it doesn't tear down my whole stream. We'll see. We'll see if the YouTube will be kind to me. We'll find out. But here we go.
I didn't see. I mean, I didn't know you were. Heil Hitler! Who are you? I have a telegram for Herr Detweiler. I'm Herr Detweiler. Yes, sir.
That's Rolf from Sound of Music. He's part of the Hitler fan club. Later betrays the Von Trapp family.
All right, you've delivered your telegram. Now get out.
Oh, Georg, he's just a boy.
Yes, and I'm just an Austrian. What's going to happen is going to happen. Just make sure it doesn't happen to you.
What's going to happen is going to happen. Just make sure it doesn't happen to you. I feel like that's what we're hearing a lot too.
It doesn't happen to you. Max, don't you ever say that again. You know, I have no political convictions. Can I help it if other people do? Oh, yes, you can
Like, that's a good thing.
help it. You must help it. You know, I have no political convictions. Can I help it if other people do? Oh, yes, you can help it. You must help it. I didn't see. I mean, I didn't know you were.
That's been in my mind quite a bit. That scene. The Power of One again? I don't know that one. I'll have to look it up. I will have to look it up. All right, well, I'm going to close this stream. I'll play a song and then we're out. Do 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 do. As soon as I cue it up. I have the weirdest algorithm, as you can tell now. Oh my gosh, how do I work this technology?
I was younger than you are now when I was given my first command.
You guys have a good night. Take care of yourself, take care of your family.
Into a massacre. I witnessed their deaths.
Don't
firsthand.
do nothing,
Every
please.
mistake, and felt the shame rise in me. Even now I lie awake, knowing history has its eyes on me. History has its eyes on me. Let me tell you what I wish I'd known when I was young and dreamed of glory. You have no control. Who lives, who dies, who tells your story? I know that we can win. I know that greatness lies in you. But remember, from here on in, history has its eyes on